talk now. Yeah, obviously, I think, he had a little bit of pressure on himself when he arrived to the championship. It's normal for the guys that, they've won everything before they come here, but, it's still World Championship.
His third podium of the season. Look at that moment though for Max Quiles. Max Quiles then. That was the second to last lap, and that ended his hopes of winning that Grand Prix. Such a dramatic conclusion, as it always is. This was on the last lap. Look how far back Carpe and Danish were eventually on the podium. I mean, Adrian Fernandez through turns 4 and 5 was the leader of that Grand Prix. Didn't even finish on the podium. You are looking at the biggest ever winning margin in the Moto3 World Championship in Mugello, as Morelli got it all wrong in the final corner. Quiles got back through. Morelli was second at one stage on that last lap. He dropped back down to 13th place in a chaotic conclusion here in Mugello. No disputing though, there's no denying. Brian Uriarte, what a day for that team. A Red Bull KTM IO 1-2.
I think Morelli clipped, or very nearly clipped, the back of Danish. He either tagged him or had to duck wide to avoid him, and that's what sent him way wide as Carpe thumps his teammate in. Congratulations to Carpe for the second year in a row, finishes second at Mugello. It's a 5th second place for him, as he still has to wait for a first Moto3.
The very best.
There they swarm left and right on the
victory. Carpe fights his way through to second. He came from 14th to second.
The salt on the senses, but what a result for Red Bull KTM IO. A 1-2 finish for them. Uriarte, the reigning junior world champion, takes his first step potentially on the road to Moto3 full world championship glory in the future with a first Grand Prix victory. And IO this feeling, is he?
Well, his temper's gone to the max, that's for sure. Yeah, this is a feeling that he is not used to at all. He is absolutely raging. I mean, he took the checker flag in 11th place. It was only 1.2 seconds off the win, but as we saw from the replay, second to last lap, he was desperate to try and set up the slipstream. He backed himself to get the slipstream and lead, didn't he, on that final lap? Unfortunately, it all went wrong, just a little bit too aggressive, with too much lean angle with his right hand. Unfortunately, actually not to high side himself was Max Quiles. What a great serious damage done though really to his championship aspirations. He is still 52 points clear in the standings. He did lose 12 points here today, but still more than a 2 race distance clear of Carpe in second place. It was Carpe that does move ahead of Adrian Fernandez into second in the World Championship.
Uriarte moves up to 4th place in the World Championship. He climbs 5 places in the World Championship today with his maiden victory. The latest in a long line of young Spaniards to come through the Junior World Championship. He is the reigning Junior World Champion. And the rider he replaced as champion was just over to his left, his teammate there, Alvaro Carpe, the previous winner of that particular title, the Red Bull Rookies and Junior World Championship double. And Uriarte announcing himself on the World Championship stage with his first victory today.
Brilliant podium. Uriarte, a first-time winner. Danish, a first-time podium finisher. What a way to kick off our race day action here in the Italian Grand Prix. Well, at one stage, we thought that it could be a double Aspire podium. A bit of a yo-yo Grand Prix, that wasn't it, as far as Marco Morelli is concerned. He was as low as 19th at one stage in that Grand Prix. So to get himself into second and anywhere near podium contention was a top job by Morelli.
He was 19th with 6 laps to go in the race, and halfway around the last lap we thought he was going to win it.
Yeah, 19th in that race, you're only 2 seconds off the lead group, weren't you? I mean, he was right in the thick of it. Did well though. You're still going to make the moves, you're still going to be aggressive to get yourself into contention, but it was a painful turn 15 late on for both Morelli and for Quiles, because that's where their victory hopes were extinguished. Eddie O'Shea, brilliant performance by the Brit. 6th place, 9/10 of a second away from the victory. that will do wonders, won't it, for O'Shea's confidence and belief. And it's been a super Sunday. He inherited pole position with the unfortunate absence of David Almanza, sidelined through a nasty bout of tonsillitis, but from pole position onto the podium, the first Malaysian to do so in 10 years. No wonder he's got a massive smile on his face. Congratulations, the first Moto3 rostrum for Hakim Danish with Jack.
Hakim, today, right, from pole position to get onto the podium for the very first time, the first Malaysian on the podium for nearly 10 years. How good does this feel?
Yes, I am so happy for my first podium of the year and my first year on the Moto3 class. This is my dream and finally I achieved it. So many times I was waiting for this podium since my first race until now. Every race I try to be competitive and finally I achieved it. And yeah, today's race was difficult for me because it's very fast race and a lot of fighting, but finally I managed very well. And in the last lap was for me difficult things to in Moto3, but I managed well and I achieved my third podium.
Brilliant ride, Hakim. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Malaysian fans, we know you've had to wait a long time for this moment. 10 long years since you saw one of your own on a Moto3 World Championship podium, but that long wait is finally over, courtesy of the brilliant Hakim Danish. Yeah, there was contact there, wasn't there, from Morelli. Such a nice, pleasant young man, isn't he, Hakim Danish? Just 18 years of age. And this is going to be the moment of his Grand Prix career so far. He just about holds on to the top three. Brilliant scenes for MT Helmets MSI. Of course, he announced himself on the world stage last year in front of his home crowd, Hakim Danish, when he set the fastest lap on his Grand Prix debut in Japan. This is brilliant. Cal Crutchlow has been there, done it, and got the T-shirt at the top level in MotoGP. 3 times a winner in the top class, and he'd be proud of his fellow Brit Eddie O'Shea. That was a phenomenal ride by O'Shea. At one point he was leading and he was dreaming, I'm sure, at one point that he was going to crack the podium. His time will surely come because he's going to take so much confidence from that performance. Still awaiting his first win though is Alvaro Carpe, second and out to second in the World Championship. Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
Alvaro, congratulations, another brilliant ride. What a day for the team, first and second here in Mugello. You started that final lap outside of the top 5. How have you ended up on the podium?
Well, I think this was a crazy race, like similar than Barcelona. I thought Barcelona was super crazy, but now here in this race I realized this is Moto3 and this is the war. And yeah, I'm very happy because the team, we are on the super top. Couldn't be better. So yeah, we have to thank all the team, say thanks to everyone in the team because they are doing a brilliant job from the first to the last. They are like giving their 100%, and that's why we are here. That's what also we like. And yeah, the last lap was super crazy and overtaking. The last corner especially was super crazy. I started the last corner P5, P4, I don't remember so good because it was an adrenaline moment. But yeah, I have to say thanks to the team, to all my family, all my friends. They are looking at me on the TV, so yeah, I'm very proud of this moment.
Great ride, well done.
Thank you.
Another great ride by Alvaro Carpe, his 8th World Championship podium finish. When he has seen the checker flag so far this year, he has been right in the mix. That is his 6th top 5 of the campaign so far this season for Carpe. Moves him up onto 93 points. Still a massive gap to what we saw quite visibly, a very frustrated Max Quiles in 11th place. Not what he came for at all. This is very early on in the Grand Prix when David Munoz is one of several leaders in that Mugello battle. But it's congratulations, a first-time winner. He's done it. Brian Uriarte, your Mugello winner in Moto3. He's with Jack.
Brian, at the end of another chaotic Moto3 race here in Mugello, you are a Grand Prix winner for the very first time. Those final 3 laps were a tactical masterclass. Talk us through them.
Yeah, well,
was not just the race. I think it was really difficult to arrive to this point. I had a lot of hunger, honestly, to be here, and well, I didn't expect to be on the first step of the podium, but it has happened. So really happy. We all have cried a lot during this past season, and finally we are here. Just want to give thanks to all this team. They are amazing, and also to dedicate this victory, to Pau, to Borja, to Hugo, also to Didac. This race is for them, and we always will be trying to push as much as possible and try to be here again.
Well said. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, congratulations once again to Brian Ariarte, one of 6 riders that led over the line in that Grand Prix. It was fast and frenetic as always here in Mugello. This was the key race-winning overtake. That was some move down the hill into Casanova and Savelli on Adrian Fernandez. And it got worse there for Fernandez, who ultimately, having led through turns 5 and 6 on that last lap, didn't even finish on the podium. That's how tight it was at times down the long start finish rate. This all happening at just under 250 kilometers an hour. But Brian Ariarte then is your race winner here in Mugello. 2.3 seconds eventually covered the point scoring finishes. That would have been close had it not been for a late mistake by Guido Pini, who was in front of his home crowd 15th.
He'll still put it inside the top 10 though for the closest point scorers in the top 15. Of course, the record is held by a race here at Mugello some 9 years ago. Joel Kelso, well, he's another rider whose race was very much up and down throughout it. He was one of our early leaders. You kind of feel like through everything they've done into this race, Enlad might even be slightly disappointed with 6th and 9th. It's their best combined team result of the season, but they would have felt that they could have had maybe 1 or 2 riders on the podium today.
Red Bull KTM 1-2 then. What a dream start to Sunday it has been for Nicky Io's team. David Munoz was 7th at the checkered flag. Baden Patano, we thought he was going to be right in the mix for the podium, if not better later on. I mean, he was 8th over the line, but just over a second back. That's how close it was behind Ariarte. A victory here in Moto3 by 0.418 of a second is an absolute mile, isn't it, compared to some of the tight finishes we've had in recent years. Great to see though, isn't it, above the podium there, the Malaysian national flag for the first time in 10 years, as Hakim Danish is going to come to the top 3 celebrations. Ariarte, Carpe then, and Danish. Here they come here as Nicky Io as well, the very, very happy Red Bull KTM team boss.
1-2 for his team this afternoon for Hakim Danish. Huge cheer for the young Malaysian who won the Asia Talent Cup back in 2022. The only Malaysian to clinch the title in what is now known as the Moto4 Asia Cup. Another young star propelled into the World Championship, and who knows how far he might go through the Road to MotoGP program. Amaro Carpe takes his 6th second place in his Moto3 career, and a second here. Second today to his teammate, to Brian Ariarte, who I'm sure many of you were all well aware of before he arrived as a Grand Prix regular this season, as the Junior World Champion and the Red Bull Rookies Champ. Another rider to achieve that notorious and illustrious double. Nicky Io celebrates a glorious day for the team, a glorious day for Malaysia. I'm sure many are watching into the early evening back in Malaysia. They will be cheering their first podium finisher for a decade in Moto3, thanks to Hakim Danish. The mayor of Scapuria presents the 2nd place prize. He's got one of those already from last year, Alvaro Carpe. Surely it is a matter of time before we see him take a Moto3 victory. But his day has to wait, because today Brian Ariarte emerged victorious as the FIA president Jos Villegas does the honours. Brilliant. Brian is finally a Moto3 winner in another Moto3 Classic at Mugello.
life of Brian Uriarte is a very good life at the moment as he celebrates his first World Championship victory. Brilliant performance by Uriarte to win what was once again a brilliant Moto3 battle here in Mugello. The two Red Bull KTM riders celebrating a 1-2. Second and fourth in the World Championship standings they are, as he enjoys a big gulp of hard-earned Prosecco. Just a second covering your top 10 now at the checker flag. Spain, Malaysia. Congratulations to Hakim Danish, his first and certainly his not last World Championship podium in Moto3.
Brian Uriarte, your winner in Mugello. Alvaro Carpe has to settle for an equal career best second. Hakim Danish, first Malaysian podium in a decade, in third. Adrian Fernandez fourth, and Joel Esteban and Eddie O'Shea a career best sixth for the Brit, who did lead at one point. Munoz seventh from Patama, Kelso and Rios. Quiles, after some late mistakes, 11th and livid as a result of that. Vatelli 12th, Morelli, who thought he might win it halfway through the final lap, ended up 13th then of Scott Ogden and Guido Pini, who took the final point. Just the two retirements. Casey O'Gorman had technical problems earlier on, and Rico Salmela crashed out. Which does all mean this: Max Quiles retains the World Championship lead. That we already knew before the race began. His lead has been cut from 64 down to 52 points. Alvaro Carpe now up to second. Adrian Fernandez does also. Constructor standings, KTM, of course, on a race that was dominated large part by Hondas, did take a podium lockout today to extend their constructors' lead up to 57 points. And the team standings, Asfar didn't score much today, 11th and 13th. To 46 points after a maximum score for Red Bull KTM Aya. We'll do our best to cram the highlights into a neat 2.5 minute package here, because so much went on during that Moto3 battle. Of course, Darren Almanza, sadly due to illness, ruled out before it even started, which promoted Hakim Danish onto pole position. Max Quiles, of course, having to fight his way through from 14th. He actually lost a further couple of places at the start, dropping to 16th on lap 1. Different riders over the line led a Grand Prix. A couple of others certainly led in between all of those. Kelso was one of them, but he was slingshotted by the likes of Quiles and Munoz into San Donato. Rico Salmela was one of many in the leading group, which pretty much included the entire field. He crashed out midway through, which delayed the likes of Scott Ogden in the process. The MLab Hondas were certainly making their presence felt. Both Eddie O'Shea and Joel Kelso fighting in amongst the podium spots as O'Shea led the Grand Prix for the very first time. It felt with a few laps to go as if Max Quiles had nailed this to perfection from his loaded grip position as he made his way through to the lead. This big high side coming on to the final lap really put paid to any hopes he had of winning once more. He would ultimately take the checker flag in 11th. This move from Uriarte and Fernandez, dropping through Casanova and Cervelli, was the crucial move. Morelli also briefly held second place before he then made a mistake at Pacini on the final lap, tagging the rear tyre of Hakim Danish. That didn't deny the Malaysian though, as he took third place, his first Grand Prix podium. Carpe equaling his career best results in second place. But your maiden Moto3 winner today, your Mugello victor, is Brian Uriarte.
Perched in the lush green hills of Tuscany and surrounded by historic treasures and picturesque villages sits the fastest MotoGP track on the planet, which can only mean one thing: it's the Grand Prix of Italy at majestic Mugello, which is celebrating 50 years since its first Grand Prix back in 1976. It's round 7 of 22. It's time to race in MotoGP. Good afternoon and welcome back to Tuscany, welcome back to Mugello, welcome back to our coverage of the Brembo Grand Prix of Italy. What a start we have already had to our race day number 7 of the season. Yet another cracking Moto3 race to get race day 7 underway. Bezzecchi leads in all the brilliant front row in the MotoGP battle over 23 laps coming up later on this afternoon. They'll be lights out in top class in about 2 hours time, where Ralph Fernandez is looking to complete what would be, I have to say, a shock double. Ralph Fernandez, Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin leading an historic all the brilliant front row in this afternoon's MotoGP race. We turn our attention though into the latest edition, the latest instalment of what is already turning out to be a pretty fascinating fight for glory in Moto2 in 2026. Manu Gonzalez has been the class of the field so far this season, the World Championship leader, the class of the field so far this weekend in the Grand Prix of Italy. Our most recent winner over in Barcelona, Gonzalez on the liquid moly Dynamo intact Calyx machine. Well, he's starting on pole position for the first time this season. A brilliant 148.474 in qualifying saw him dominate yesterday's Moto2 Q2. He was almost a quarter of a second clear of the chasing pack. A front row with a couple of surprise names on it. Filip Salac on the front row for the second time in the last 3 Grand Prix, and Alex Escrige on the front row of the grid for the 3rd time this season. So on the glorious sunshine, we kick off our coverage of Moto2 in the company of Matt Burt, Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane, Manu Gonzalez in on the front row with Filip Salac and Alex Escrige. Gonzalez's closest competition in terms of the World Championship, well, that's being posed by Ethan Guevara, who's looking for his 3rd successive podium finish in 2026. Guevara second in the standings then. Bit of work to do for the Spaniard. He's on the middle of the 3rd row, a quality, a high caliber 3rd row of the grid featuring Senna Aegis and David Alonso, previous Moto2 winners themselves. And we just saw caught a quick glimpse there of Tayo Furusato. Unfortunately, has to start from the back.
It's a 9-place grid penalty for him. Not that it drops him 9 places, to qualify quite close to the back of the field. Anyway, he is the sole Honda Team Asia rider this weekend. It is just while we've got the moment, reiterating and reinforcing to you, if you're with us for the first time this weekend, that Mario Aggi is absent through injury this weekend, and so we won't be seeing him this afternoon, unfortunately, in Moto2. Yeah, an interesting grid, as you say, with the unlikely names on the front row of the grid in the likes of Salac and Escrige. Well, unlikely given the way the weekend, I guess, has been panning out, because the 2 likeliest challengers through practice to Manu Gonzalez were his fellow top 3 in the World Championship riders, Guevara and Vietti, but both fluffed their lines in qualifying.
Pole position then for Manu Gonzalez, the World Championship leader. Senna Aegis heading the 3rd row in 7. Let's get some thoughts from their rider, coach and mentor, Tom Luty. Is with Jack.
Tom, this feels like a massive day for Manu. Victorious last time out in Barcelona. Victorious, we were last time here in Mugello 12 months ago, and with championship rivals further back, it's a big opportunity.
Very big opportunity, and I have to say it was kind of maybe a relief for him. You know, this victory at home in Barcelona was like, all the emotions came out, and we could see it was really the work he'd done before, and it was a big relief. And now the performance all over the weekend was just impressive again, and I think he's not just prepared for this one lap, this amazing lap he did yesterday in qualifying, but also for a race distance.
We saw in Barcelona how brilliantly he was able to manage that rear tyre. Is it going to be a similar sort of race here?
The track is completely different, and especially the surface from Barcelona here to Mugello. It's different, but you still need to manage the tires, but I think it's less crucial than the weekend in Barcelona. But still, you need to be careful, and we know if somebody can do it well, we saw it, Manu can handle it well. Good luck, Tom. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Dynabolt rider coach Tom Luthi, 7th different pole sitter this year in 7 Grand Prix is Manu Gonzalez. And you can see there from those live images, we have a problem, a tech issue pre-Grand Prix. Sorry, Ethan Guevara's teammate sporting a special Pramac livery in their home Grand Prix here this weekend. He's going to be hoping that he can actually start with that rather spectacular looking Calyx.
Yeah, he's lucky where he broke down, to be fair, on the sighting laps. He was able to just push through the shortcut down to Casanova and Sorelli, straight into the entrance to the pit lane and onto the grid. But if they can't get that fired up surely they're going to have to push him off the grid and into pit lane. Here is Filip Salac then, and this kind of had been coming through the weekend. He was up inside the top 4 on Friday and on Saturday morning as well, but it is the best qualifying for the Czech in 63 Grand Prix. You have to go back to the first race of 2023 when he took pole for the Gresini team in Moto2 for the last time Salac has started this high up a Moto2 grid.
Completing the second row of the grid is Alonso Lopez in 6th place. Let's get some thoughts from the Spaniard with Jack.
Alonso, second row of the grid, putting yourself in a great position. It feels like it's going to be a tricky race in these temperatures, so how are you feeling ahead of it?
Yeah, it's going to be a very tricky race, I think, because also with the tires we are a little bit on the limit, so we are gonna do our best, but I think that it could be a very good race for us.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Sounds confident, doesn't he, Alonso Lopez in Gresini Racing's home Grand Prix. He was 3rd here in Mugello back in 2024, less than a second off the win. One of 5 podiums he had in that season. 4 top 10s so far this season for Alonso Lopez. What about Danny Holgado? Can he find his winning touch once again? Can he find his podium touch once again after a fantastic start to 2026? Holgado, well, we haven't seen him on the box since he was brilliant winning that Brazilian Grand Prix in Goiânia, a best of 5th since then. That was a couple of weeks ago over in Barcelona. Holgado does look strong though. He's got great race pace. He heads that second row in 4th.
Struggled on Friday, did Holgado, but as you say, he's certainly turned his weekend around since then. Came through Q1 yesterday to 4th on the grid. Big surprise to see this man so far back down the grid. It's Celestino Vietti, who was fastest on Friday here, and looked like it was him, Guevara and Gonzalez who were the clear top 3, but a crash coming through Scarpa in qualifying leaves Vietti down on row 6.
3rd front row start of the season for Clinton Forward Racing team rider Alex Escreed. Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
Alex, another front row start. You clearly have got it dialed in qualifying trim, and looking at your pace yesterday morning,
will be looking to try and get himself back onto the podium. It has been a season of extreme so far for Senna. Ages 2 podiums, which of course were his 2 victories in Austin and in Jerez. No podiums, or no top 6s before or since.
A lot of talk about Dan Senna Aegis and a possible MotoGP seat in 2020. Let's go and get some thoughts of Gino Borsoi. Ethan Guevara 2nd in the championship. His boss is talking to Jack.
yeah, another man that is certainly looks to be MotoGP bound, but his thoughts are on today, Gino. Coming through from the 3rd row of the grid is never easy, but Ethan has proven how strong he is on the first lap, and once he gets into a rhythm, there aren't many better. I guess Manu, starting from pole, is the big concern though.
For sure, Manu is so strong. We saw the lap time of yesterday, but in terms of pace, I think we are quite similar. Start from the 3rd row is not easy, as you said before, but I'm sure, as always, he is doing a good job on the sporadic start and also during all the races at the beginning of the season. So he's a master of start. So let's see if we can do again the same story of the last races.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks, Gino. 4 podiums in the first 6 Grand Prix for Ethan Guerrero. That's double his podium tally from his previous 60 in the Moto2 World Championship. He's going for 3 podiums in a row for the first time in Moto2. First time since he won the Moto3 World Championship all the way back in 2022.
His team boss Alex De Angelis said that he rode like a lion on the first lap in Barcelona to get himself into contention. He's going to need something similar today. Next to him, as you saw there, is David Alonso, who's still trying to get his stuttering start to the season up and running. 5th in the World Championship, 46.5 points adrift, and with Manu Gonzalez starting from pole position, if Alonso is to fight for a championship that so many expected him to at the start of the season, he's going to have to pick that podium form up quickly.
No podium in the last 7 for the 20-year-old Colombian, and Barry Baltas is having a bit of a tough time. 3rd in the World Championship last year. He scored only 3 points in the last 3 Grand Prix. They all came with a 13th in Catalonia last time out. 11th he was over the line here last year, a first points finishing 5 in Mugello, so not an outstanding record to bring here to the Italian Grand Prix for Baltas, who's deep on the grid. He's buried down in 19th place.
Every rider on the grid, by the way, has gone for the same tyre combination, SC1 soft front tyre and the super soft SCX rear, which includes here Luca Lanetta, who hasn't quite hit the same heady heights of Barcelona last time out, but another solid qualifying for the Speed RS rookie, who lines up in 20th place.
20th place, having turned 20 pre-weekend here in Mugello. Belated happy birthday to Luca Lanetta. What can he do from deep on that grid? He's got a Moto3 World Champion Jose Antonio Rueda alongside him. A bit further up the grid, 12th place for Tony Arbolino in front of his home crowd. 2nd, of course, in 2023 to Pedro Acosta. And we know what happened in Parc Fermé on the cool-down lap, as Pedro Acosta rather cheekily and mischievously handed out pizza boxes to Tony Arbolino and his crew. A Moto3 winner here in the past as well is Arbolino, but there's been no top 6 finish for the 25-year-old in 11 Grand Prix since Motegi last year. When is the real Tony Arbolino going to start showing his true colours once again?
It was bittersweet qualifying, certainly Q1 was yesterday, for the Fantic team, because it was Arbolino who knocked Baltas out of the top 4 late in Q1, which is why Baltas is so deep on the grid, down in 19th. Arbolino up in 12th place, so we'll be keeping an eye on him to see if he can make his way forward to the top 10 from there. Barcelona was certainly the lowest point of the season for him so far, the first time he's missed the points, as the hard work continues to go on. They're trying their very best here to get Alberto Ferrandez into the Grand Prix. If he does start, given that he's now in the pit lane, not allowed to join the grid from here, if he does start at all, it will be from pit lane.
Ferrandez was going to be 23rd on this grid after the tyre for Furusato penalty. There's been a lot to admire about the work of this young man so far this season. Ivan Ortola, point scoring finishes in all 6 Grand Prix so far this year. A couple of 4th places in Buriram and last time out in Catalonia. A podium in Le Mans as well. Points in all 6, those 3 top 6s. 3 top 6, the same number he had in his whole rookie season in 2024. We know how good Ortola is at starting as well, so keep an eye on him charging through from the head of that 4th row.
And it was Sasaki who lines up in 11th place. Good qualifying for Sasaki, in fact so good, it's his best of the 2026 season so far. Can he break into the top 10 at the flag for the first time since Buriram?
So here's your front row of the grid then for this upcoming 19-lap Italian Grand Prix in Moto2. 3rd front row of the season for Alex Screech. Filip Salac, 2 front row starts in the last 3 for the Czech rider. He'll be looking for a big home race boost with Brno coming up shortly. But Manu Gonzalez looking to seize complete control of this year's Moto2 World Championship. For the first time in 2026, the series leader fires away from pole.
It's Moto2 time in Mugello, 19 laps ahead of us, and the World Championship leader starts his first pole of the season. Manu Gonzalez, the 7th different pole sitter in 2026. Filip Salac and Alex Screech joining on the front row. Daniel Holgado came to Q1 to qualify 4th. He's ahead of Colin Vaya and Alonso Lopez, who said he wanted a front 2-row start at all costs. He achieved it. 3 of the top 5 in the championship behind him on row 3. Aegis Guevara and Alonso. 6th in the World Championship, Ivan Ortola is right behind them in 10th place. Sasaki next up ahead of Arbolino and Munoz. Zonta van der Gorbo 14th, his best qualifying of the season, ahead of 2024 winner here, Joe Roberts. Celestino Vietti out of position in 16th after he crashed in qualifying. He's got Denison Chu for company. Sergio Garcia, another Q2 crasher, is 18th. Barry Baltus, second straight Q1 exit for him. He's 19th ahead of rookies Lanetta and Rueda. Aaron Cadet, his worst qualifying ever here at Mugello, 22nd ahead of Alberto Ferrandez, who was due to start 23rd but is now in the pit lane, which leaves Zuratuza, Huertas, Oradre and Forasato at the back of the grid.
Nigh on perfect conditions then here in Mugello. The Moto2 pack ready for action. 19 laps coming your way. Home hopes, well, they'll be pinned on the likes of Tony Arbolino in 12th place. What about Celestino Vietti, who of course did so much of the leading in that Barcelona battle a couple of weeks ago before he got picked off late on by Manu Gonzalez. 18.5 points is Gonzalez's advantage coming into the 7th round of the championship. We're about at third distance, aren't we, in this season's World Championship campaign. Further 13 points behind Guevara in third in the rankings is Celestino Vietti. A couple of 5th places here previously in Moto2 in 2023 and last year. He was only 2/10 off the podium here 1 year ago. Going for back-to-back podiums, Vietti, for the first time in almost 2 years. Silver Stone in the Red Bull Ring in Austria back in 2024. We last saw Vietti on the box in back-to-back Grand Prix. Tough challenge ahead for him, not to come through from 16th place on the grid. What we do know, he has got great race pace. It's going to be how much he might have to use up some of that trolley rubber to get himself into contention.
Of course, with the new start procedure, it's worth reminding Alberto Ferrandez has now joined the grid from the warm-up lap. There he is, so one would assume he will receive very shortly a double long lap penalty.
So there is Alonso Lopez. He sounded confident, didn't he, in his prospects of being in the podium battle. He is a podium finisher here previously in Moto2 a couple of years ago. He hasn't done a podium though, has he, since Austin. Manu Gonzalez then. At the moment you feel like Manu leaving them MotoGP paddock and seeking employment in World Superbikes. At the moment he seems to be just like, well, I'm going to try and prove a point, as Ferrandez then comes into pit lane. Late to pole positioning, or late to the front row of the grid, is going to be Alex Escrige. There is Manu Gonzalez. Manu Gas, of course, as he's known all around the world. Finally to the front row in 3rd place then does come Forward Racing's Alex Escrige on the number 11 bike. 19 laps of the Mugello coming your way. Green flag has cleared at the back. And it's going to be lights out. We're racing in Moto2 here in the Grand Prix of Italy. Brilliant launch way. What a start from pole position by your World Champion Manu Gonzalez. Straight away ahead of Philip Sarchis on the brakes into the first corner is going to be Alex Escrige. Is that David Alonso or Danny Holgado has made a really, really good start. Guevara's been superb. Yeah. Guevara's been superb. Once again, he got in a little bit hot. He was briefly 4th there, wasn't he? Guevara. He might actually be back around his starting position now as we go through 2 and 3.
And it is Holgado who's in 3rd place ahead of Alonso, ahead of Escrige, should I say, the Ford rider in 4th place. So Gonzalez has got the start he needed. Salat right behind him as Ortola, who's come from the 4th row of the grid, is already now up into 4th place, and Guevara is actually down a spot. He's 9th now.
Yeah, he wasn't really rewarded, was he, for the great start and the aggression he showed going into San Donato for the first time. He's got him way, way too hot and just had to release the brake and run wide. There is Alex Escrige, a bit of a shake of the head down. I don't think he appreciates. Oh, big crash further back in the wheel. That's one of the Mark VDS bikes.
And Zuratuza down with him.
Oh yeah, I don't know if that was Canet or Ongi from the long distance camera shot, but it's clearly one of the Mark VDS machines that has been taken down at Casanova and Savelli, down in turn 6.
Yeah, we're getting information that Forasato has crashed. It's actually Canet, 44 of Aaron Canet, who's gone down. Les Forasato has had his own incident, but Gonzalez then with Salach behind him, then Holgado, Ortola, Lopez now also going through, so there'll be another shaker there shortly for Alex Escrige, although he is fighting back against his fellow Spaniard.
Did start that Grand Prix in 22nd place in the Aaron Canet. When you're that deep, you can always get yourself caught up in some early trouble, some early drama. So Manu Gonzalez leads then. There is Tayo Forasato, who's also really a big whack of the tyre wall for Tayo Forasato. He was also looks like caught up in that early melee.
So 3 riders down then on the first lap down through Casanova and Cervelli, and no signs of a red flag at the moment. The yellows are still out there down at turn 6, so Gonzalez leads us across the line. So the big winner on the first lap, without question, is Ivan Ortola, and you can see already a bit of a gap emerging as Lopez piles through on a screech. Guevara through on fire, and that was a big moment for David Munoz, who was nowhere near getting it stopped.
Yeah, Danny Munoz is almost in Bologna there, isn't he? That's at the end of his hopes of being anywhere near the point scoring places. Further back, here's Lopez leaning on a screech. Oh, there's contact. There is contact further down the field, and Alex Escreech has gone down. Alex Escreech, the stewards are going to have a close look at that one. So Alex Escreech from the front row of the grid. We saw him giving a big head shake on lap 1 after he was moved aside by Ortola. This time there was clear contact between him and Lopez, and Escreech, yeah, a big kick of the old air fence there. He is livid.
Absolutely furious with that one. So the stewards will be getting busy in these early stages, and that continues to just picture just now. Lopez on the inside already has a look on his left. Not really an awful lot of room there for a screech to go.
Big barrel rolls through the gravel trap, and he's absolutely insane. Yeah, a rather sarcastic round of applause there from Alex Escreech. At the front then, we've got a detached lead group of 4, haven't we? Gonzalez, Salac, Holgado and Ortola. Even more detached now. Alex Escreech has been taken out of contention. This is a brilliant ride so far by Yuma Sasaki. He's inside the top 10, capitalising on his season best qualifying at the moment.
Hasn't been a great start so far for David Alonso, who always finds it difficult in Moto2 on new tyres. He's great on old tyres, as we saw in Barcelona. We've seen on a few occasions this season, but just not got that early performance, which is why he is still back in 10th.
So once again, it's going to be another lap in the books with Manu Gonzalez in P1. Yeah, pace is already hotting up in Ortola, fastest rider on the circuit. This top 4 have just got pace that's next level compared to everybody else. Ortola on the inside of Holgado on the brakes into Sandinato. A 49.497 from Ortola is the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. The top 4 all in the 49s. Everybody else stuck in the 50s still.
Guevara still having trouble in the group behind. He's been passed by Agius. I think he went hot again into Sandinato, so I can understand why he's feeling so hasty. Gravel all over the racetrack there after the incident involving Escreech, but that impatience is kind of costing Guevara at this stage. Still in 8th place, and surely any hopes of challenging Gonzalez are now long gone. 16th to 11 at the moment as far as home hero Celestino Vietti goes. That's not too bad. Picked up 5 early places, but we know that Vietti has got pace that's good enough to be in that lead group, but compromised by the 16th place on the grid. We're looking back at Guevara. This is the 81 bike of Senna Aegis. Fast entry, blind entry, high speed up the hill through Arrabbiata 2. Down the hill then now, hard on the brakes now into Scarpari. We're looking now forward to Senna Aegis. It was a little bit wide there through Scarpari. It didn't cost him too much time though, did Guevara. Already at this stage, 2.3 seconds he is off the race lead, and he was convinced that he had the pace to be challenging Manu Gonzalez. We heard it from Gino Borso before the race got underway. He felt their pace was quite similar. Given that he's stuck in traffic, they're not remotely similar at the moment.
Gonzalez just managing that gap over Salac to, well, it's getting close to half a second. He's so good, isn't he, in this situation, Gonzalez? You give him clear road ahead of him, and he's just going to start pulling away. Oh, it's getting close. Vietti versus Alonso. They definitely made a little bit of contact halfway around that final corner. They're now going to go side by side. Who's going to win the game of there on the brakes into Sandinato? There is Gonzalez in at the front of this Grand Prix. 3/10 and a little bit more clear of what is now even Ortola. Ortola then on the run down of Sandinato in successive laps have picked off Holgado, and now Salac. Said pre-race if he can get the start, Ortola is going to be in the mix. He's come from 10th to 2nd. This could be a bit of trouble brewing here for Gonzalez.
Celestino Vietti's dropping down the order. I think he's lost place. He must have gone wide at Sandinato. He's back pretty much where he started now in 15th place. It was interesting listening to Salac after Barcelona. He said he found it really hard to attack and defend because of the gearing he had on his Kalex. It wasn't really set up for overall top speed. Is that something that's also going to handicap the Czech today?
Still a great ride this once again by Sasaki. He's right on the back of that battle with Lopez via Aegis and Guevara. Cracking ride. They're going to find out what's happened then to Vietti. Well, this was the game of there on the brakes that he tried to play with David Alonso. Unfortunately, he came out on the wrong side. Look at that, the flames popping out of the exhaust there, the unburnt fuel for both Alonso and for Vietti. So there is Gonzalez can just see there, he has stretched out sort of the midpoint of this lap. Sectors 2 and 3, Manu Gonzalez is really, really good. He's got that calyx turning quite beautifully in the high-speed changes of direction. He's about half a second clear of Ortola as they come through beyond Daddy 1 and 2.
He's just controlling things at the moment, is Manu Gonzalez. He's so used to being in this position. Many of his wins last year in Moto2 were from the front. Surely, if anyone is going to take the fight to Manu Gonzalez this afternoon, it's going to be the number 4 of Ivan Ortola, who has been on Moto2 podiums on 2 previous occasions, most recently at Le Mans this year. Can he get onto the top step today?
Alonso Lopez got a long lap penalty for the contact with Alex Escrige early on in this Grand Prix. So Lopez, for causing a crash, he has to come through the long lap penalty loop. He is at the moment in 5th place. You can just see moving out your picture there as Lopez and Aegis have started to break away, haven't they, from this battle involving Guevara, Via and Sasaki. Guevara has got through now on Via, so a bit of clear tarmac ahead of Guevara to try and reel in Lopez and Aegis ahead of him.
Ducked underneath him into turn 1, did Guevara. That's how he got that move done. So this is Lopez there, not the inside of Escrige, who's giving Lopez plenty of room. He's up onto the curb there, as is Lopez, and given that there was no really any other place for Escrige to go, he's quite right to be rather cross at the Gresini rider for that.
Unfortunately, the forward rider going sideways into the gravel trap and out of this Italian Grand Prix. A big shame for Escrige. Of course, it's the forward team's home Grand Prix, and he qualified on the front row of the grid. Here is Ortola, then he is just starting to eat into that advantage of Manu Gonzalez. Has crept down to just over 0.3 of a second. Just for reference, the long lap penalty loop is on the outside of turn 12. It's right here, actually, on the outside of Corantayo. So he would have been given the message this time around. Lopez deciding to plough on.
He's got 3 laps to serve that penalty. He's clearly at the moment, given he's got empty space ahead of him, just trying to put some big laps in to move it. He's likely to drop behind the group that he's leading. We've got Aegis, Guevara and Via and Sasaki in fairly close company behind Alonso Lopez within a couple of seconds, so you would expect that Lopez is going to drop at least 4 places with that.
So we're on board then with Aegis as they start going through the gears. Lopez has gapped Aegis on that pass lap. The gap has come down between Gonzalez and Ortola at the front of this Grand Prix, just over 1/10.5 splits the 2 Spaniards. The only rider that's keeping themselves in the 49s right now in this searing heat here in Mugello is Ortola. This is really blistering pace by the Spanish rider, 1:49.886. He's clearly the fastest rider out on circuit at the moment.
Yeah, and of course riding for a team who are so used to winning Moto2 battles in the past, of course champions with Ayagura. They, of course, did make a switch over the winter. They were Boscoscuro runners last year, switched across to the Calyx, and it would appear to be a change that Ivan Ortola is relishing at the moment in this Italian Grand Prix. It's currently Calyx's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. The first Boscoscuro is Guevara running 7th.
Yeah, and Gonzalez and Ortola have checked out here. The pace is just too hot for Salac and Holgado to handle at the front of this Grand Prix. Further down, Zonta van den Gorberg's having a pretty strong ride. He's up into 13th place through on Baltus. Further back, we know that Lopez then in 5th does have to come through the long lap penalty loop for his contact with Alex Escrige early on. But it looks like at the moment this is emerging into a straight shootout, a 2-horse race here in Mugello. Gonzalez versus Ortola.
So one more time passed for Alonso Lopez. Of course, not only will the information be on his dashboard, but it'll be on the start straight gantry as well. So Lopez will be given plenty of warning and instructions of the penalty that he's about to serve here. Guevara has jumped onto the back of Aegis now, so they're battling for 6th and 7th. They are, of course, 2nd and 4th in the World Championship, and with Guevara in 7th at the moment, that's for 9 World Championship points. Manu Gonzalez could really take another big stride today and really open up that World Championship lead if it stays as it is.
Ortola's podiums in Moto2 have been done the hard way. He came from 14th to 3rd in Le Mans. He came from 11th to the podium in Valencia. He started this Grand Prix in 10th. He's so good off the line, isn't he, Ortola, as mentioned pre-race, and now he really is starting to build some serious pressure on the shoulders of Manu Gonzalez. Ortola, for the first time since his standing start on lap 1, is back in the 150s. That last lap, it was slightly faster, was Gonzalez ahead. Salac is doing a real great job in holding off Holgado in that battle for the final place on the podium.
Fair play to Vietti. He's got himself back into the top 10 again after that mistake at San Donato, which dropped him back to 15th. He's now repassed David Alonso once again as the yellow flags come out down at turns 4 and 5. That was, of course, where we already saw a crash earlier on with Escreech and Lopez, and it's Ayumu Sasaki who's gone down this time out of 9th place.
It's a real shame for Ayumu Sasaki. A real shame. He was on course for a very rare top 10. We've lost Taya Furusato on the very first lap of this Grand Prix, not been Japanese Talents Day as it at all. With the lead duo then, there is Sasaki, unfortunately. Turn 4, a shake of the head. The body language tells you all you need to know about Sasaki. To say Vietti behind him there was quite fortunate not to get tangled up with Sasaki's bike as it went careering across the circuit. Here is Lopez yet. You can see he's clearly then coming in for his punishment. Through the long lap penalty he will go. So sweeping through go Aegis, Guevara and Via. He's going to drop back in right in front of Celestino and Vietti. So Lopez then rejoins in 8th.
Not the easiest of long lap penalties to negotiate that. It's a little bit bumpy and quite narrow. We've already seen in other classes this weekend riders having difficulty tackling and negotiating that long lap penalty loop, and Alonso Lopez greeted back onto the racetrack by his former teammate last year at Speed RS, Celestino Vietti, who's now eyeing up 8th place.
I have to say Gonzalez is doing a top job at the front of this Grand Prix. Everything that Ortola has thrown at him so far, he has had an answer, he has had a response. Once again on that last lap, Gonzalez was slightly faster on board with Vietti. He's trying to go the long way around on Lopez, and Lopez, yeah, just on the cut back there. I think Vietti knew, he goes, well, if you're going to break as late as me, pal, you're going to run in hot and wide. I'm just going to dart to the inside line and take that position. So Vietti then now up into P8.
His blood will surely be boiling Alonso Lopez. Not that he can have any complaints with the penalty that he got, but it's just not going his way when he thought he had a good pace. Big moment there for Ethan Guevara, who had a moment like that in qualifying yesterday. He's on the absolute ragged edge, but it's now put him under pressure from Via.
He nearly went full Sasaki there, didn't he, going through 4 and 5, Guevara. He'll be breathing hard inside that helmet now, just relieved that he's still on top of that Blue Crew Pramac Yamaha machine, because that could have been a massive dent, not just in that nice new shiny livery, but a massive dent in his early championship charge. We're looking back from Guevara then. He's got Colin Via directly behind him. They're about half a second and a little bit more now behind Senna Aegis.
The gap between Gonzalez and Guevara in the championship would be 33.5 points if you put the flag out now. Of course, Manu Gonzalez, after what happened to him last year, will not be counting any chickens at this stage of the season, but potentially, if he can hang on to victory here with Guevara looking like he might not even finish 6th, he's coming under big pressure here from Via, and of course we've got the rampaging Vietti up behind too, who's closing in. Could potentially be a big day for the current World Championship leader.
6 podiums in 7 Grand Prix, potentially 3 wins in the first 7 Grand Prix. It has been a heck of a response. A brilliant bounce back from the crushing disappointment of how 2025 ended for Manu Gonzalez. He has been superb. He's put all that disappointment behind him so brilliantly. As we're looking further down the field, Arbolino, Alonso and Onju all locked in a battle at the moment. This is for position. We didn't expect to see Alonso at all. This is a fight for 11th.
Yeah, we saw Alonso going wide there into Pacini and lost that position, and he's going backwards, as I think soon will be Guevara, who had to go defensive there into San Donato, held the middle of the racetrack and forced Via to go around the outside. But look at the queue that's now building up behind the Spaniard, second in the World Championship.
Ortola, once again, that gap has just crept down to under 0.3 of a second, but at the moment he has just not been close enough to show Gonzalez his front wheel. He has directly by Vietti. It was aggressive, it was really aggressive. He just kind of sort of bumped Via out of the way, but Celestino Vietti, well, we know he's a circuit specialist. He loves Mugello, and now he is really starting to career towards Guevara here.
He did a 150.4 on the last lap. In traffic, Vietti, he was as fast as the leading pair was. It just goes to show, doesn't it? Had he not crashed in qualifying and put himself qualifying.
This is now Bosca-Scorer versus Bosca-Scorer. It's Chelison and Vietti.
That time for Chelsea. Time around on a 150.527. Surely Guevara can't drop it over the front of Vietti from there. He's going to give it a good go, but Vietti now does have that 6th place sewn up.
Yeah, Vietti's going to be thinking now, if he can just keep himself ahead of this quartet, he might have something for Senna Aegis. I think that might be as good as it gets in front of his home crowd. A 4th place. He was starting this lap 1.8 seconds behind the Aussie. This at the moment is the battle for 3rd place between Salac and Holgado. Philip Salac had a podium in 32 Grand Prix since Japan, back end of 2024.
Holgado in 4th place, who's not as long a wait for a podium, but it'll feel quite long for him, of course, having started the season with back-to-back podiums. Hasn't stood on the rostrum since then, which is why he's dropped out of early championship contention. He's 55.5 points off the overall lead, so they've got their different motivations in this battle, Salac and Holgado. Salac for American Racing, Holgado, of course, for Aspar.
It's kind of similar battles, isn't it, as Lopez goes through on Via. That was a nice move down through Pelagio. The fight for the win and the fight for the final place on the podium, they're almost identical, aren't they? The gaps between Gonzalez and Ortola are pretty much the same as the gap between Salac and Holgado. The problem is for the riders in 3rd and 4th respectively, they just did not have the early pace. They could not get away with Gonzalez and Ortola. Salac is now 3.2 seconds off the lead, a little bit more.
It's got worse for Alonso too. He's now 13th. He's been passed by Denis Onchu. He's behind Tony Arbolino, of course, who we saw pass him a lap or two ago. So David Alonso is now down in 13th place and he's only going to score a handful of points. So even at this early stage, another big blow for the Colombian's title hopes today.
Good last lap by Aegis. He's one of only 3 riders in the 150s. The others, the top 2, Gonzalez and Ortola. So Aegis and now has stretched his advantage over Vietti to over 2 seconds. So maybe Vietti won't have the time to reel in the Aussie late on here. Alonso suffered a pretty nasty shoulder injury, didn't he, a few weeks ago, and Mugello, without any question, I mean, scorching hot conditions, hottest condition of the weekend so far, and it is brutal on the body. 5.245 kilometres, hard braking, high speed change direction. You just wonder whether it's a lack of peak physical fitness which is really costing Alonso at the moment.
So there was the collision at the back of the pitch. This is back on the 1st lap. That was Canet and Zurutuza who came together somewhere in this 1st lap as well. We also lost Forosato, and this is Aaron Canet going straight over to check on Zurutuza that he is okay. We didn't quite see from that distant shot who was the fault of that, but it's immaterial now. Both out of the Grand Prix, but both okay.
Looking rather apologetic, maybe Canet was the instigator. Now this is a big lap. Big lap, because this is clearly, as you can see from the helicopter shot, the biggest advantage that Manu Gonzalez has been able to establish over the hard-charging Ivan Ortola. The advantage was over 3/4 of a second through sector 2 on this current lap. Is this lap 11 of 19 going to be the crucial lap as far as Manu Gas is concerned? Yeah, he's blitzing it here. I don't know whether Ortola's made some kind of mistake or he's just decided, well, he hasn't got the pace, because Manu Gonzalez now, he started this lap less than half a second clear. He's going to finish here north of a second clear of Ortola.
I think this is Gonzalez upping it, because Ortola is still stretching his advantage out over the Salac-Holgado battle. A 50.5 Gonzalez-Ortola back into the 51s, 51.2 for him, but that will still comfortably quicker than Salac, who is now losing that 3rd place to Danny Holgado.
Well, a 150.5, it's almost like Gonzalez has been playing with the rest of the field. I mean, that was 7/10 quicker than Ortola. It was a full second faster than Philip Salac. I mean, oh, what a lap. What a lap that was by Manu Gonzalez. It's almost like, okay, yeah, I've been happy to manage this pace. I'm just going to keep a little bit of life in those tyres and I'm going to get my head down. Final third of the Grand Prix. What a statement lap that was by Manu Gonzalez. Out of absolutely nowhere, he's jumped 1.3 seconds clear of Ortola.
No other rider in the 150s. The next fastest rider on track was Vietti, who did a 51.0 in 6th place as he's trying to chip away at the gap up to Gonzalez's teammate Senna Aegis. I mean, confidence is not something that Manu Gonzalez has always lacked in his Grand Prix career. He is so sure in his own ability, but we saw how hard he was hit by the victory in Barcelona, the emotion that poured out of him. He must be surfing on a wave of confidence right now. Of course, won here in Mugello last year. He was leading the Moto2 Championship and then didn't win again for the rest of the season. This looks like a new and improved Manu Gonzalez, doesn't it?
It's over. This one is already over as a contest, really. I mean, he's now 1.5. So he took 0.3 of a second out of Ortola in Sector 2 alone. Massive payday in the championship potentially coming as well. He's on the rev limiter coming through Biondetti 1 and 2. He'll be over 34 points clear if he stays as is. Yeah, that was when even Ortola was sensing maybe a dream first victory in the Moto2 World Championship. Yet Gonzalez, I mean, it is not even a contest. He is now 1.9 seconds clear of even Ortola, who's going to be in a very lonely second place. I mean, this has been a demolition by Gonzalez. A 150.5 followed by a 150.8. So that was 0.8 faster than Ortola.
Yeah, it's lonely at the moment, but I do worry for Ivan Ortola. Remember Barcelona when he plummeted in the latter stages and got caught by Guevara? That 51.6 for Ivan Ortola saw him lose half a second to Dani Holgado, who's suddenly finding low 51s in third place. Salac is also struggling now. He's down into the 52s in fourth place and reversing back towards Senaragius. So Ortola might have to be a little bit careful here. Has he done the same thing as Barcelona, taken too much out of his tyres too early, and is he going to potentially slump back towards Dani Holgado?
What was a two-horse race is now just a one-horse race, quite clearly, because Manu Gonzalez is now clear by 2 seconds over Ortola. Yeah, Salac is hitting some real struggles. He was in the 52s, the only rider in the top 10 that was in the 52s. Tony Arbolina's winning the battle with Dennis Onju in 11th place.
Ortola's already lost another 0.4 to Holgado on this lap. His lead at the moment for second to third is 2.7 seconds, which might sound like a lot, but at the rate of time he's losing, that ain't a lot.
What about Vietti? He has got the gap down between him and Aegis down to under 2 seconds, but I think Aegis is going to be able to comfortably cover this one off. There is Vietti. Guevara has had nothing for him. Once Vietti got through him about, what, 3-4 laps ago, Ethan Guevara has been kind of stuck in that 7th place. Alonso Lopez, despite his long lap, is still well and truly inside the top 10. It's Lopez 8th, Via 9th, Baltus, who's had to do a lot of work. Barry Baltus coming through from 19th, going to salvage potentially a top 10.
Ortola's got problems here. There are 5 laps to go at the end of this one. This is lap 13 of 19, so 6 to be completed. He's lost another half a second, and we're not even at the line yet. Gonzalez is still just cruising around doing 150s. It was a 51.999 for Ortola. He lost 3/4 of a second on that lap to Holgado and to Salac, who did respond on that last lap. Ortola, his second place and his podium is starting to come under threat now.
Still in the 50s as Lopez goes on the inside of Guevara. Now this is brilliant as far as Manu Gonzalez is concerned in the World Championship, because his closest rival in the standings coming into this Italian Grand Prix has now been pushed back down into 8th place. Look at that, 35.5 points the gap will be between Gonzalez and Guevara heading to Hungary next weekend. Manu Gonzalez has just done a 3rd successive 150. I mean, his pace is just off the scale. 50.5, 50.8, 50.9 has turned this into a one-man demolition job here now in Mugello.
David Alonso has now dropped another place. He's back to 14th place. Have to give a shout out actually to the rider that's just passed him, Adrian Huertas, up into 13th place. Huertas started down in 25th place on the grid. He's managed to move himself all the way up into the points positions and ahead of David Alonso.
Aegis is starting to close in now on Salac ahead of him. The gap between those two was a second as they started this lap 14 of 19, and Aegis has already found a couple of tenths already halfway around this 14th lap. The gap down to 0.8 of a second. So Salac trying to keep himself inside that podium battle, just clearly burned up his Pirelli rubber. And nothing once Holgado got through on him, and now Aegis is starting to inch ever closer.
Yeah, what this is doing, not only is it keeping Vietti behind him very much in that 2-second margin, but it's also bringing him, there might be a second place up for grabs yet for this group, with Ortola struggling the way he is. It's down to 1.7 seconds, so already 0.6 of a second in the first 3 sectors have been lost from Ortola back to Dani Holgado. At that sort of rate, they'll be with him on the final lap.
Yeah, Ortola's in a whole world of pain right now. He's just on a 52.2. That was 1.2 seconds slower than your race leader Gonzalez. You can forget about Managas, he has gone. He's now over 4 seconds clear. The big trouble that's coming for Ortola is Holgado behind him. Danny Holgado was 7/10 faster on that last lap, getting the gap down to 1.6 seconds. Yeah, Ortola here could be clinging on for the podium. Manu Gonzalez then has gone. He has completely gone. Another 25 points locked and loaded, surely, for the Spaniard.
So third, fourth and fifth in your picture, they're all sort of closing up to each other, because the slowest rider in this group is very much at the front of it. Ivan Ortola in second place. The fastest rider's at the back of it. We've got Aegis doing 51.3s in fifth place. He lost 2/10 to Vietti on that last lap, but Vietti's not going to catch him from there. He's in a lonely sixth, with Lopez now ahead of Guevara. Guevara's not got any trouble behind him from Vi, who's regressed a little bit. He's also in the 52s now, in a lonely ninth. And shout out for Barry Baltus too, who's up into the top 10. Remember, he started down in 19th place on the grid after getting knocked out in Q1. He's ahead of his teammate now, Arbolina.
Yeah, mentioned Baltus' charge through the pack a couple of laps ago. He has been absolutely phenomenal, hasn't he? Lopez then now up into P7 at the front. Well, he is just crushing the field at the moment, isn't he? Manu Gonzalez now 4.5 seconds clear of Ivan Ortola. Yeah, and this is now game on for fourth as far as Aegis goes. Look at him now through Biondetti 1 and 2. Salac clinging on here, wrestling with the American Racing Calex through that high-speed change of direction. Can Sinner Aegis do anything about Danny Holgado? Is he going to have enough time to maybe reel in the Spaniard on the Aspart machine? Holgado pressing, pushing, trying to put some pressure on the Ortola here late on. It's 151.4 from Gonzalez. Fair play to Ortola. He's got himself back in the 151 bracket and didn't give a sniff to Holgado on that last lap. They matched each other's lap time, so what was a 1.6 advantage for Ortola at the start of lap 14? It remains the same at the end of 15. Yeah,
Vietti did a 51.1. He's by far and away the fastest rider now on track. Once again, reiterate, he'll be absolutely cursing that crash in qualifying. He had no business being 16th place on the grid in terms of pure pace. He looked like the only rider, I think, certainly for the way this race has panned out. Vietti's the only rider who's demonstrated the kind of pace and performance that could have threatened Manu Gonzalez here this afternoon. But it's no good if you're starting down on row 6.
Alonso's been reeling off top sixes for fun, hasn't he, since that dramatic start to his second season in Moto 2 in Buriram. But today has been a day to forget. Here he is. He's now been pushed back down to 17th place. He got picked up by Joe Roberts on the previous lap. I mean, when was the last time David Alonso lost 8 places from his starting position in any kind of Grand Prix? I mean, a long, long time ago. It has to be, because he's suffering. He is suffering big time out there, isn't he, at the moment? Alonso, he's going to be in mid-53s very, very quickly if he's not careful. What on earth has happened today to David Alonso? Because he has been so far off the pace. He has not been at the races at all.
He'll be 71.5 points behind Manu Gonzalez if Gonzalez converts this in the final 4 laps, as Roberts there is attacking Van den Goorberg. That is for the final points position at the moment. So the 2024 winner, it's not what he's used to fighting for here in Mugello, but he is now in the World Championship points. Just up ahead of him is the Moto 3 champion, Jose Antonio Rueda, in 14th place, continuing his upward trend in his rookie Moto 2 season.
Manu Gonzalez, well, here's Aegis now. Well, this is coming. Look, wheel spin there that Salac had as he asked for the power coming out of the final corner, and he's going to get swallowed surely here. Perfect time then to ride on board with Aussie Aegis as they go through the gearbox. Here he is now going to go side by side with the Czech rider. He's got the inside line on the brakes, and Aegis then will seize that 4th place. The gap between Ortola and Holgado has completely disappeared as Aegis got him in the slipstream, and that sucked him into the braking zone. Fernando a little bit too quick, so Salac, Aegis briefly had that 4th spot. Holgado though now is really closing in on Ortola. Ortola once again was back in the 52s. It was a brief respite when he got back in those high 151s, and now he's got it all on to hold on the 2nd place.
Yeah, he lost 9/10 to Holgado. He lost 6/10 to Salac, who's about 2 seconds behind him, and he lost 1.5 seconds nearly to Vietti, who's still in the low 151s and is now zooming up behind this Ortola, Holgado, Salac, Aegis train. It might come too late for Vietti, but look, this is now 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th all in your picture as Aegis has a 2nd crack at Philip Salac. This time it's a successful one.
It was a nice one through Arabiata 1. Not an easy move to make that one, but Salac is just fading here. He's completely at the mercy of that fading grip as Holgado now has jumped all over the rear tyre, hasn't he, of Ortola. Ortola is going to be desperately clinging on here. I can see the podium slipping away from him. He just has not got any kind of late race pace at all, has he, Ortola? 2 of his last 3 laps have been deep in the 52s, which just is not going to cut it here late on in Mugello. Through beyond Eddie 1 and 2, you can already see is your runaway race leader Manu Gonzalez, who's threatening to pull off the biggest ever winning margin in a Moto2 race here at the Italian Grand Prix. He has destroyed the field. 6.1 seconds he is clear, as Vietti's coming from a long way back, trying to find a way through on Salac. Salac just can't turn, just has not got the front braking grip. He hasn't got the turning grip at all, and Vietti eases through into that final corner.
He said Gonzalez destroyed the field. I think he might have destroyed him on Ortola's tyres in the process. Was it Ortola's attempts to go with Gonzalez that have ultimately forced him into an area that he didn't really want to be in, because he's got no grip and no pace at the moment? A 52.6 on the last lap for Ortola, and he now does lose that second place at San Donato. That was a mere formality for Dani Holgado.
That has been coming, and there's more trouble, isn't there, coming for Ortola. Chelsea Vietti is going to be absolutely kicking himself. Starting 16th on the grid on that last lap, he was 0.6 of a second clear of Gonzalez. Oh, Ortola was just sticking his leg out there, wasn't he? Was Ortola, just looking up my notes, I think he might have just had his right, yeah, he's got a problem. He's got a problem. He did stick his right leg out there, even Ortola. Now the left arm is up, so Iban Ortola has got some late tech woes here. Is that the reason why he has been fading fast? So Ortola just saw him there, just dangle the right leg out, warning those riders behind him, so he has lost the podium.
This is now the battle for the podium. 3rd and 4th now you're looking at. Senna Regis against Celestino Vietti. Vietti might still finish 2nd yet in this Grand Prix. We're looking on board now, looking back from Aegis. Big lunge. This was where Vietti crashed yesterday. This time through Scarperia, Vietti is back onto the podium.
Oh, that's cruel, isn't it, for Ortola? Having done so much work to go out on the 2nd to last lap. He has now stopped with whatever technical issue has been curtailing his recent progress. Celestino Vietti, though, this has been absolutely sensational. 16th on the grid, and he's come charging his way through. I mean, it was a mistake early on, wasn't it, where he got himself back in the top 10 and went back to 15th, was it, back end of the point-scoring places. What a ride. This is some of the best we've seen from Celestino Vietti in Moto2 since he started so brilliantly back in 2022.
Unlikely back-to-back podiums, unlikely given where he qualified, although Senna Regis isn't done with Celle yet. He won't make himself very popular with the many Italians in the grandstands here, Senna, but I don't think he's thinking about that right now.
He really isn't. The gap between the pair of them, 600ths over the line. I mean, they're reeling in Holgado as well here. Holgado struggling as well. He's suffering. He's in the 52, stuck in the 52s. Behind him, Vietti was 0.8 quicker with a 1:51.5, and that's dragging Aegis along for the ride as well. As there is poor old Ivan Ortola trudging away on the grassed hillsides around Mugello, having been 2nd for so much of that Grand Prix from 10th on the grid. Late heartache for Ortola.
Late heartache potentially too for Dani Holgado. A 1/4 of a second he lost already in the first sector there. Look at Vietti as they now drop through Casanova and Cervelli, just gobbling up the distance between himself and the Aspar rider.
Yeah, Holgado is going to be a little bit like Ortola here, in some late pain coming here for the Spanish rider. What can he do to try and hold off this fast-charging assault coming from Vietti and Aegis? 6.5 seconds clear. 6.5 seconds clear as Gonzalez. Yeah, Vietti's not close. Oh, is he? Who's going for the element of surprise? Oh! Well, he's come from a long way back here. Did not matter what Dani Holgado was doing in the Scarperia, because Celestino Vietti made his mind up about 3 corners ago. I'm coming through. And now Holgado trying to fend off Senna Aegis, who's sensing a double podium here for Dynavolt intact.
He settled a bit of a score with Scarperia, hasn't he, this afternoon? Celestino Vietti, that was where his victory hopes disappeared with that crash in qualifying. Whether he would have challenged Manu Gonzalez is moot anyway. Manu has just been far too good today.
Into the final corner, this trio go. Is Aegis going to be able to snatch the podium away from Holgado? It looks like he might do, you know. He's cut to the inside line. Holgado is going to get some late heartache, but over the line he goes. Manu Gonzalez wins here in Mugello in dominant fashion. Manu Gas with a masterclass here in Mugello. 2nd goes to Celestino Vietti. Holgado does fight back. Fair play to him, because Aegis got him, didn't he, going through that final corner. But on the drag race to the finish line, Holgado does strike back, so it's Aegis that just misses out on a podium by less than 0.02 of a second. Salac and Lopez are your top 6, cracking ride that by Lopez after his long lap penalty with the early contact with the screech. Guevara 7, the top 10s for Baltas, Bayer and Onju. Top rides by Baltus and Onju, who came from way deep on the grid. Arbolino, Huertas, Rueda, Robertson, Van den Gorberg scored points, but Manu Gonzalez with another massive statement performance here in the Moto2 World Championship in 2026. He goes back-to-back after wins in Barcelona. He's now victorious here in Mugello. 6 podiums in the opening 7 Grand Prix. 3 of those have been wins. It's his first back-to-back successes since Jerez and Le Mans last year. Manu Gonzalez wrestling complete control of this year's Moto2 World Championship. Brilliant. What a performance once again by Gonzalez. He was just on a completely different level in a race of his own.
Nobody can tell me that he's not good enough for MotoGP. What an outstanding victory. Led from the front and crushed them. He smoked them this afternoon. We'll never know whether Celestino Vietti could have challenged him had he not qualified so deep. This was into the final corner. Aegis up the inside of Holgado. Of course, weirdly, because he went so wide through the final corner, it gave Holgado a massive slingshot onto the start-finish straight. And of course, with Aegis, one of the taller riders in this Moto2 field, just praying for that finish line to come to his rescue, it didn't come soon enough. Holgado taking that 3rd place back.
By less than 200 per second, half a bike length, maximum half a bike length. Poor old Senna Aegis, who did so much of the hard work. So close to another Liquid Moly Dynamo Intact double podium, but it's the all race winner once again. Let's get the thoughts of Manu Gonzalez's mentor, Tom Luty. Jack.
Tom, we spoke on the grids and everybody knew what an opportunity it was today, but having the opportunity is one thing, taking it like that, over 6 seconds clear of everybody else, is another thing. That's a statement today.
It's a real statement, and it shows the mental strength he has, and the self-confidence he puts down and he puts down on the chop. It's like really impressive. I mean, this race was just another one after what he showed already in Montmello, so I'm really impressed.
Not good enough for MotoGP, I imagine you don't think that?
I don't think that at all. I think he really deserved the place up in the MotoGP. I mean, he showed that he's able to perform even up there.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Amazing speed. Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Tom Luty. It's amazing speed and consistency right now from Manu Gonzalez. In what was a very unpredictable Moto2 World Championship last year, no rider was able to string together 4 successive podiums. Manu Gonzalez has ended that record. Yeah, and it's the big salute. I'm the boss. I'm the man of Mugello in 2026, just as he was here 1 year ago. It was slightly tougher for him to win the Italian Grand Prix here last year. And he took the victory after getting a grid penalty, of course. He won from 8th. Just pace that was unrivaled, completely untouchable. He had the luxury of a 53.8 as he backed out of it on the last lap. We could have been having the biggest ever winning margin in a Moto2 race here at the Italian Grand Prix. But make no mistake, Manu Gonzalez, once again, just as he was in 2025, is a big contender for Moto2 glory.
A big shake of the head from his nearest championship rival, Ethan Guevara. Got some points out of it in the end. Of course, the late retirement for Ortola did promote Guevara up into 7th place, but he loses 16 points today to Manu Gonzalez. The World Championship advantage, 34.5 points. And on the form that Manu Gonzalez is in, that will take some closing down, because, as mentioned, I think we're seeing a new and improved, more rounded Manu Gonzalez this season. And there's nothing more dangerous than a rider with a major point to prove to the world, and Manu Gonzalez is certainly proving that right now.
He really is. I mean, you just feel like at the moment he's just trying to show the MotoGP bosses that they're making wrong calls left, right and centre. I mean, what else can he do? There is nothing else that Manu Gonzalez can do to convince the world and show MotoGP team bosses that I'm worthy, I deserve a chance to race in the top class. That was just so dominant. I mean, it wasn't easy, but he made it look so easy. We'll find out later on into the evening what happened to the unfortunate Ivan Ortola, who was running Gonzalez pretty close before he unfortunately had to retire through technical issues when he was in a strong 2nd place. Special home podium coming up for Celestino Vietti. He's won Grand Prix before over in Misano, of course, but here he is in Mugello, the spiritual home, the home of the Italian Grand Prix since 1994, and the Italian fans will celebrate one of their own on the box here. And Celestino Vietti Opoli Mobile in the championship. He started the Grand Prix in P3, stays there in P3, but he's taken 11 points out of Ethan Guevara at the end of today's proceedings.
Yeah, all of his Italian Grand Prix success has been at Misano before, the San Marino Grand Prix. Of course, very close to Valentino Rossi's academy in Tivoli. But this will be the first time he stands on a Mugello podium, and yeah, who knows whether he would have been a step higher on the grid. Sadly, because of the crash yesterday, we will never know. But yeah, there are a few better rides, I think, from Celestino Vietti than that. That was Ortola, I think, explained to the team with his hand gestures at least what he was feeling on the bike. Second for so long, but he leaves with nothing.
That's cruel. That is so gutting, isn't it, for Ivan Ortola? This was the pressure he was trying to resist against Danny Holgado, and then he realised into San Donato as Holgado lifts him up going through that first corner, and he starts powering out and accelerating up through into turns 2 and 3. He already put his right foot out just a couple of corners prior to that drop down to Casanova and Cervelli. Up goes the left arm. As soon as he realised there was an issue, he was warning those riders chasing behind him. And that was unfortunately the premature ending in cruel circumstances for Ivan Ortola. That's a tough one to take. Looking at the glass half full, when his bike was fully functioning in full working order, he was doing a fantastic job on top of it. Credit goes to Holgado as well, because that was a good late rally, a real good late rally, as he finds his first podium since round 2, his victory in the Brazilian Grand Prix in Goiânia. He did it the hard way, had to work hard for it, but it is a return to the top 3 for Danny Holgado. He's with Jack.
Danny, back onto the podium after a difficult period, but you really had to dig deep in those closing stages when Celestino came through and then Senna. How did you manage to battle back to steal third?
It was very difficult to manage this race because it was very long. I did the most long in the Moto2 class for me, but well, I did a very good job in the first lap. Stay calm behind the Salak. But yeah, it was very difficult to the end because Cele and Senna was very fast, faster than me, but I did my best. One podium for me is very important after a difficult race. Nothing. Thank you to my team for the amazing job. I'm very happy to be here in the Spark team. Thank you.
Great job, well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great job, Danny Holgado. Yeah, that's a tough Italian Grand Prix. Scorching hot temperatures, a really physically demanding circuit as well, with all the heavy braking and fast change direction. Real mixed emotions for the Valencia-based Aspar team. Holgado on the podium, but David Alonso faded from 9th on the grid down to 18th at the checker flag. He was almost 26 seconds behind our eventual race winner, Manu Gonzalez. I wonder what's happened to David Alonso over the course of that Grand Prix. Holgado then celebrates his P3. A tough one, as we're about to hear from Celestino Vietti. Could it have been a different story had he qualified better? We'll never know, but what a ride. 16th to 2nd for the home crowd hero. Celestino with Jack.
Celestino, what a performance from the 6th row of the grid through to 2nd in front of your home fans here in Mugello. What a performance. How good does that feel?
What a special weekend. My first podium in Mugello of my career was incredible. I don't expect it after yesterday's mistake, but we know that the pace was good. I do another mistake in corner 1 when I tried to overtake David, but then the rhythm was so good, the bike worked so well, and then I said, okay, I try in the last 5 laps to give all what I have. In the last lap I overtake Danny a bit on the limit, but was really a funny race. I want to say thanks to all the people that come to support us. It's very special for us. Ciao a tutti, vi voglio bene.
I think it's fair to say Celestino Vietti's pretty happy. It's his 3rd second place finish in the last 5 Grand Prix. Runner-up in Austin, runner-up in Catalonia, runner-up here today in front of his home crowd in Mugello. Don't think it's going to be too long before we see Celestino Vietti back on the top step of Moto2 podium. He's been so consistent at the start of this season as well. His lowest finish so far is a 9th place in Goiânia. Looked like on paper maybe, or easy to say post-race, without being too respectful to even Ortoli. He might have been the only rider that might have been able to run the exceptional hot pace of Manu Gonzalez. Back-to-back wins in 2026, back-to-back wins in Mugello as well for Manu Gas. He is full gas, isn't he, at the top of the World Championship? Let's get through race winners' thoughts with Jack.
Manu victorious here in Mugello by over 6 seconds. Back-to-back in 2026, back-to-back here in Mugello. You're in some moment in your career.
Yeah, well, I think if the Barcelona race was perfect, this one was maybe almost the same, because I pushed really hard in the first lap, but Ivan was still close, so I say, well, maybe I have to push a bit more, and I try to maintain my pace, to concentrate and do my riding, because I was over pushing in some corners, and then in the race, well, it was even short for me, because I was so concentrated on my riding. It was like a training at home, like on your own, going lap by lap. So it was really good. This cannot be possible if the team doesn't do this work on the bike, because it is perfect bike, no? So I'm so happy, and I want to dedicate this race to Robbie, because we are always remembering him, and also Didac, it was a really good friend from us. So yeah, let's keep pushing, and let's go to Hungary with the same hunger.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Like what you did there, Manu Gas. Let's go to Hungary with the same hunger. Balaton Park, of course, coming up next weekend. It just sounds like he said there, he got in that sweet spot, he got in that zone where everything was just coming comfortable, it was coming easy. Under pressure early on, wanted to mid-race with Ortola, and then he just had another level. He had another couple of gears to stretch away from the field. Back-to-back Mugello wins, back-to-back wins in 2026. Clearly he's going to be the rider to beat, isn't he? Throughout the remainder of the season. 4 successive podiums. It's only in Austin in Texas, and that was a 5th place, that he hasn't been inside Parc Fermé on a Sunday afternoon so far this year. Yeah, there's the salute, because you have to salute the brilliance, you have to salute the excellence of Manu Gonzalez, because that was, quite simply, top-notch. It was top draw from a top talent.
There has clearly been a fire lit under Manu Gonzalez, not just in recent events with the talk that he may not go to MotoGP next season, but I guess the way his 2025 season finished and losing the World Championship in those circumstances, he's turned up in 2026 with a point to prove, to show that he can close out a Moto2 World Championship, he can go a level above what he did last year. And you think about his career progression through Moto2, he was a Grand Prix winner and 3rd in the World Championship in 2024. He then fought for it last year and finished as runner-up. Is he going to then go one better once again in 2026? It would be a brave person right now to bet against him.
Yeah, he's moved on to 129.5 points. So he does have a commanding advantage as we go into round 8. Another double header to be completed next time at our second visit to Balaton Park in Hungary. But David Alonso, of course, was a race winner there when we were there last August. Also 18th at the checkered flag on a tough weekend for the Colombian. What a season Dynevol intact are having at the moment in the Moto2 World Championship. Senna Aegis has won 2 Grand Prix. Gonzalez has won 3 now. So 5 out of our opening 7 races have been won by the German team. Jürgen Ling there with the ball heading in the movie picture. What an operation he has put together so far this season. Almost, less than 200 of a second away from another double podium, weren't they? As the podium celebrations commence then here at the Italian Grand Prix in Moto2.
It's 8 podiums too now in total for the intact team this season. 6 have gone the way of Manu Gonzalez in 7 races. First podium since he won in Brazil for Dani Holgado. A timely return to the rostrum for him. If Manu Gonzalez wasn't the rider of the race, then surely it was this man, Celestino Vietti, 16th to 2nd, and a joyous Luca Boscoscuro. Perhaps we were robbed of a Gonzalez-Vietti showdown today, but Manu Gas won't be complaining about that. He dominated this afternoon. The winning margin doesn't really do him justice as he was celebrating for the last few hundred metres to the finish line. The kind of performance which really should be turning heads of MotoGP team managers. Is there still time for Manu to book his place on the MotoGP grid? Let's see, because he can't do any more than he is at the moment. that dominate the Moto2 World Championship, which he is starting to do now. 34.5 points clear. Ivan Guevara. Third place for Danny Holgado. That is an 8th Moto2 podium for him. Chachi Lipton back ahead of his teammate David Alonso in the World Championship. They are 5th and 6th. Second place for Celestino Vietti, a first Mugello podium for the very popular Italian. But your runaway winner this afternoon, we never saw which way he went. Only Ivan Ortola had a prayer staying with him, and once he faded out of contention, this was inevitable. For the second year in a row, Manu Gonzalez masters Mugello in Moto2.
Wins in Thailand, wins in Barcelona, and now the victor here in Mugello. It is Manuel Gonzalez who seizes control of this year's Moto2 World Championship. Cracking ride by Celestino Vietti. The home fans would have loved his rousing comeback from 16th on the grid to a brilliant second. And Danny Holgado with a much-needed podium for his title aspirations, having gone podiumless since his win at round 2 in Goiânia. He'll enjoy those big gulps of Prosecco, won't he, Manu Gonzalez? Not too much time though to dwell on that third win of the season, the 8th of his Moto2 career, as he will be heading, like we all will be, to Balaton Park in Hungary in just a few days' time for Chapter 8 in 2026. There's our top 3 pose for the celebration photos as Manuel Gonzalez destroys the field here in Mugello.
Gonzalez the winner ahead of Celestino Vietti, who rocketed up the order from 16th to a last lap second. Danny Holgado completes the podium after passing Serragius meters from the line. 4th from Philip Salac and Alonso Lopez 6th despite a long lap penalty. 7th for Ethan Guevara, whose expected charge to the field never really gathered momentum. Barry Baltas 8th ahead of Vaya. Top 10 for Denis Onchu, his best of the season. Arbolino 11th ahead of Puertas, Rueda, Roberts and Van den Goldberg. Luca Lanetta just missing out on the points. He beat Sergio Garcia and a rather forlorn David Alonso on the final lap, who faded to P18. Poor Ivan Ortola retiring 2 laps from home when he looked on course for a podium. And it all means this: Manu Gonzalez extends his championship lead to 34.5 points now over Ethan Guevara, who's just 2 ahead now of his fellow Boscoscuro rider Celestino Vietti. Celebragius 4th. Danny Holgado climbs 2 places after both David Alonso and Ivan Ortola, for contrasting reasons, failed to score. Alonso Lopez, he's up now into 8th place. He climbs up ahead of Danny Munoz, who took a trip to the Gravel Chap and finished 20th today. Top 10 completed by Colin Fyfe. Alex lead the Constructors' Championship now by 41.5 points. Boscoscuro at least limiting the damage, with Vietti taking 2nd. And the team standings, of course, are led by Luca Molinari in Tech GP. Their advantage over Aspar now up to 84.5 points. points from the Moto2 encounter at Mugello. A race that Manu Gonzalez would quite happily watch back in its entirety. Led from the lights, quite literally, to the checkered flag. That was Ethan Cavara trying to make a further ground from his third row grid start. But unfortunately, he would only finish one place higher than he started. About up third place in the early stages. Holgado got the better of front row starter Philip Salach. But after being in the lead battle with Gonzalez for so long, it looked like Ortola was fading with tyre issues. We'll find out later, of course, whether it was something else, a mechanical or technical problem, but whatever it was, it cost Ivan Ortola a shot at the podium. And it came down to a battle between Celestino Vietti and Daniel Holgado for second. Vietti into Scarperia, the place he crashed in qualifying. That completed his comeback from 16th up into second. We thought this might have cost Holgado third, as Senna Aegis ducked underneath him through the final corner, but Holgado would strike back on the run to the line to take third. Second to the home hero Vietti, but victory by a distance. Your runaway World Championship leader after his third win of the season. The dominant Manuel Gonzalez, 34.5 points clear.
Mugello is an idyllic location in a region of Italy renowned for amazing landscapes, gourmet food and world-famous art makes it a magnet for MotoGP fans travelling from all four corners of the globe. The hillsides have come alive as we await to see who's going to create more magic Mugello memories, with Ralph Fernandez hunting a shock win double. It's time to race in MotoGP. So the wonderful Mugello circuit is celebrating 50 years of Grand Prix racing here, our first all the way back in 1976, won by Barry Sheene, a real old school track. We had the new top speed record set here yesterday at 230 miles an hour. Aprilias were blitzing down the long start finish straight on a long run down to San Donato, heavy braking into the first corner, spectacular undulation through 6 and 7, Casanova and Savelli. The long sector 3 includes the fast right hands of Arrabbiata 1 and 2. And it's all about the edge grip and the drive coming out of turn 15 to get the slingshot down. The second longest start finish straight on the Grand Prix calendar. Overtaking hotspots, well, there are quite a lot of them. As you can see, the most favoured one with the slipstream and the tough braking zone for the first corner. What a battle this was early on last year, with Pecco Bagnaia going toe-to-toe with the Marquez boys. Record-breaking day for Aprilia in qualifying yesterday as they locked out the front row of the grid for the very first time in their history. Marco Bezzecchi had a poor start away from pole position, dropped back to 6th place at one point before he recovered to 4th. What a shot that was. MotoGP at its very, very best for abreast through San Donato. It was Ralph Fernandez who would quickly work his way to the front ahead of the fast-starting Marc Marquez, who did lead briefly on the brakes into the first corner. And for the first time in the sprint era, Ralph Fernandez and Trackhouse Aprilia take the gold medal and the 12 points. What lies in store though now for Fernandez and the world's best riders, set to do battle on the world's fastest race. Where has the time gone? We are already at Chapter 7 in this year's World Championship, and under clear blue skies. What a shot that is. The scenic and spectacular background of the Tuscany Mountains. Right in the heart of them lies the magnificent Mugello. 5.245 kilometers, 3.259 miles, the fastest racetrack in MotoGP history. Who's going to be fastest though at the end of our 23-lap Grand Prix of Italy, coming your way in what, just over 40 minutes time, in the company of Matt Burt-Lewis should have been the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Ralph Fernandez then taking the spoils at the end of our 11-lap sprint yesterday. the Spanish rider, taking his first sprint win in his 66th attempt, just his 4th Saturday afternoon podium. Fair play to Raul. Once he got to the front in that sprint yesterday, he was dominant. He took the checker flag 1.2 seconds clear of Jorge Martin, who extends his record sprint podium tally now up to 34. Perhaps more crucially, as far as Martin's concerned, this having blitzed through the speed traps at nearly 370 kilometres an hour yesterday, he took 3 points back on his factory Aprilia teammate Marco Bezzecchi in the World Championship. So on home turf for Aprilia, 9-point split, Bezzecchi and Martin at the top of the leaderboard. What can Ducati do in response, having been beaten in a sprint here in Mugello for the first time? Fabio Di Gianantonio once again was their lead star, their lead rider, 3rd over the line in yesterday's sprint.
And once again, hot-footed and hot-footing on his way into the Aprilia boxes, the old pole sitter. Let's hope he can start as quickly as he entered the Aprilia box. Marco Bezzecchi, it's clear to see where his sprint hopes went wrong and went south yesterday. As he gives us, and I'm sure as many fans both here and around the world, a wave. It was off the line and down into San Donato. The start itself was actually quite fine, but he braked too early, was too cautious on that first braking experience. Lost 3 places, was 4th through the first quarter, and then dropped further ground. He was passed by Fabio Di Gianantonio and was way down in the bottom reach of the top 6. And by the time the first lap was completed, it was never going to be easy to win the sprint from there. And I'm expecting Marco Bezzecchi to exude a little bit more aggression when he heads down to San Donato in around about 40 minutes time at the start.
The start wasn't bad. Look at that, he was actually briefly leading. Got his nose in front of Ralph Fernandez on the run down the first corner, and then while everybody around him was uber aggressive on the brakes into San Donato, rather unexpectedly, Bezzecchi was just a little bit caught off guard, wasn't he? A little bit too cautious, dropped himself back down to 6th place, recovered to 4th. So it remains in our opening 7 sprints so far this season, just the 1 podium for Marco Bezzecchi. On the other side of the factory Aprilia garage, Jorge Martin racked up his 4th Saturday afternoon podium, and we know how key it was sprint podiums and sprint wins that proved so crucial for Martin in his fight with Pecco Bagnaia for glory in the 2024 MotoGP World Championship. Bezzecchi though does tend to get stronger as the weekend goes on. He has not finished lower than 4th in any Grand Prix so far this weekend, and he'll be looking for a bit of payback after yesterday.
Yeah, from pole position, where of course he did win, led from the front and won comfortably in Buriram at the start of the season. Generally, of course, with Le Mans being the one obvious exception, when Bezzecchi leads at the end of lap 1, he leads at the end of the final lap, and that will for sure be his modus operandi here this afternoon on an all Aprilia front row at the Italian Grand Prix. Of course, so often we come to Mugello when we're talking all about the Bologna bullets, we're talking all about Ducati as the dominant force, but it is their fellow Italians from Nuale, it's Aprilia, who have taken over Mugello.
That young fan there. Ciao mama, hello mum. How are you? Are you watching at home? I'm sure she is. What a day out for that young fan. Full gas, no favourites. That fan there loving all of our fastest riders in the world. Just a little bit of early housekeeping. If you are joining us for the first time this weekend, a rather tweaked MotoGP lineup for this Grand Prix of Italy. No Johan Zarco, unfortunately, after his horrible crash in one of the restarts over in Barcelona, involving actually Luca Marini, as you can see on screen. A lengthy period on the sidelines coming for Johan Zarco, who's going to, we believe, have surgery on a rather seriously damaged left knee in a couple of weeks' time, or maybe even next week. His place taken by Cal Crutchlow, and Michele Pirro in for Alex Marquez. Alex with a fractured collarbone and a fracture in his neck, ruled out this weekend and in Hungary next time out. Michele Pirro replacing him here today.
That was the instant which saw Luca Marini drop 3 places on the grid. Jorge Martin not amused, nor were the stewards when they took a closer look at that after free practice 2 yesterday morning. Luca Marini, who had qualified 16th, goes down to 19th on the grid for his home Grand Prix, so he has got a major mountain to climb.
What a shot, what a sight that is. Look at all the umbrellas. The older sunscreen's going to be getting a workout here today in Mugello. It is super, super hot. A lot of the fans that have come through the gates here today, well, their allegiance will be with the number 63. Mugello winner in MotoGP in 2022, 2023 and in 2024. We saw how crestfallen Pecco Bagnaia was here last year when he missed out on the podium. He was the odd one out in an all Ducati top 4 here 1 year ago. beaten by both Alex and Marc Marquez and ultimately Fabio Di Giannantonio. That really did sting for the former MotoGP world champion. We've seen some great celebrations from him here in the past, eating the hot dog, the rock and roll kiss celebrations where he got a special message off the lead man Gene Simmons. He's got his work cut out coming from row 2.
Diogo Moreira, who's going to be coming from row 3, didn't exactly stop him yesterday, did it? At the start of the sprint, as he got aggressive and overtook his mentor, and I guess in many respects his hero, Marc Marquez. Diogo Moreira did say after the sprint yesterday that he wanted at least once in his career to overtake Marc Marquez so he could have a photo of it to take home and put up on his wall. And I don't know whether you're going to see the footage shortly, but you can certainly find it on MotoGP social media channels. He was before the rider parade this morning, presented with a poster of the picture of him essentially ahead of Marc Marquez in the TCR sprint yesterday, which Marc Marquez, with a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek insult on the message which he signed for Diogo Moreira. What an experience it must have been for the Moto2 champion yesterday. As high as third as 1 point. I don't think he'll care too much that he slipped out of the points, because he certainly demonstrated his extraordinary talents yesterday.
He went all in, he went gung-ho. Here he is then, Marc Marquez, just prior to the Sunday morning rider parade. They're having a proper good laugh about it, aren't they, the two of them? They are really close. Talent, recognising talent there. 7 times MotoGP world champion, just signing that special photo for our reigning Moto2 world champion. Bit of banter pre-race there. They are close, they are training partners back at home in Spain. Diogo Moreira has been by far the leading light for Honda so far this weekend. It's been a real tough Italian Grand Prix for the factory Hondas. Drammy having to retire yesterday with a serious vibration issue from his Michelin rear tyre. Luca Marini was suffering off the pace. Although Drammy was top 6 in the warm session this morning, so maybe he can bounce back, as Pecco Bagnaia with a bit of a mishmash of Ducati's favourite liveries from the past as they celebrate in their home Grand Prix. Of course, Ducati's HQ about an hour's drive away on the outskirts of Bologna at Borgo Panigale. A representation of, I think, 10 of their best liveries to mark 100 years. What a centenary year it could be for Ducati.
Yeah, the liveries of the Collezioni 100, as they're describing it. The names of every Ducati employee are also on that bike, as a collective thank you to the Borgo Panigale community as they've turned their dream into a reality. It was a dream day yesterday for Raul Fernandez, and a sprint win which also came with a dose of emotion too, given what appears to be going on outside the racetrack for Raul Fernandez and the question marks surrounding his MotoGP future beyond the end of this season. But he certainly proved a major point to those outside and certainly to himself yesterday.
Brilliant decision, a decision that was matched by Jorge Martin as well, to opt for that Michelin medium rear tyre in that sprint yesterday. Those two that did gamble on the medium rear, well, they were first and second and dominant at the front of that sprint. Here is Jorge Martin. What a moment it was for him on Friday when he did 368.6 kilometres an hour on the long run down to the first corner, aided by a bit of a slipstream and a tailwind, but he will not care one bit. Now we'll be able to take that record away from him unless we get some slipstream action this afternoon. Yet another bronze medal, his third sprint podium of the season for the super consistent and super fast Fabio Di Giannantonio. Let's go down onto the grid though. Federico Chiesa, Italian footballing star, on the grid right now with Jack.
Yeah, Italy star, Liverpool star, Federico Chiesa making his first appearance to MotoGP. I know you're a big fan of the sport, and in particular have a great relationship with Pecco, whose box we're standing in front of. So how much are you enjoying Mugello today?
No, it's incredible. I lived in Florence, I grew up in Florence. I've always heard about Mugello, the experience, about the sport in general, and I've always wanted to take part, to be here and enjoy this time, and I'm grateful and honored to be here, and I have to thank Pecco because he gave me the tickets. I have to thank him now, but it's great, and actually I don't want to bother him too much because he has to be concentrating on the race, and so I don't want to, that's why I'm standing a bit on the side, but yeah, great experience, actually fantastic, amazing, and it's actually beautiful to see such a place in Italy. know, usually we see these kind of places elsewhere, and but to live this kind of experience in Italy, in my home country, is just amazing.
Pre-match, you have to focus so much ahead of stepping out into Anfield, but to jump on board a bike that goes nearly 230 miles an hour, can you compare it in any way?
I cannot imagine what they're going through. I mean, it's so different. It's very different. I mean, the preparation to the race. They're by themselves out there. I mean, we're in a team of 11 players. It's a bit different. It's a bit different. Yeah, but actually, that's why I don't want to bother him too much. But it's really great. It's really an unbelievable experience.
It's great to see you here. Hope you enjoyed the day.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, brilliant. Love that interview, and I'm glad to hear Federico Chiesa enjoying his MotoGP experience. Of course, yeah, Liverpool Premier League football star. He's been capped over 50 times by the Italian national team, and if you're wondering why he's so closely connected to Pecco Bagnaia, well, he's a former Juve star, a former Juventus player, and we know that when it comes to football, Pecco Bagnaia loyal to Juventus. So great to hear Federico Chiesa enjoying his afternoon in the sunshine here in the Italian Grand Prix.
Yeah, there are a few stars of Italian sport here today. We know the Formula One World Championship leader, Kimi Antonelli, 4 consecutive victories, of course, on 4 wheels, is also here today. We're hoping to hear from him during the course of our pre-race build-up as we take a look at Ayagura, the other side of the Trackhouse story from yesterday. Of course, he didn't make it through to qualifying 2, as Raul Fernandez did in that tough Q1 session, which ultimately saw only one of them go through alongside Pedro Acosta. So Agura come from 13th on the grid, but did get himself up into the points yesterday. 8th place at the checkered flag for and we generally do see him go forward from grid to finish.
He's been a bit left out so far in what's been a stellar weekend as far as Aprilia go. That all Aprilia front row of the grid. Agura will be hoping to maybe get in that battle with Fernandez, Martin and Bezzecchi. One rider who is growing in confidence and certainly growing in stature and upping his pace and his speed right now. Thumbs up for Fermin Aldeguer on the podium for the first time out, last time in that chaotic Catalonia battle. And he's been strong all weekend. 5th place, he will be on the grid. Top 6 in a couple of practice sessions as well. It seems like he and his crew chief Frankie Carcetti have started to work out the puzzle, how they can get the best out of that year-old hand-me-down Ducati GP25. Interesting, he can make the start here out again, get away with that lead group. Wouldn't be surprised to see him maybe fighting for the top 5 where he starts, and maybe even better, because he is definitely, as mentioned, growing in confidence.
He was great yesterday, Aldeguer, when I spoke to him in our MotoGP VIP village and asked him about the feeling of hitting 360 plus kilometers an hour just before you head to San Donato, and he said it felt at times like the bike's about to take off, as if I'm about to start flying when you come over that crest over towards San Donato. Of course, these MotoGP bikes nowadays have so much aero pushing them into the ground to stop that from happening. Frankie Morbidelli, who you just saw there on screens, goes from the back of the 3rd row. And we'll be looking to right some wrongs from yesterday in the sprint when he crashed out after a poor start, was outside the points and ultimately fell at turn 10.
We're talking about fast riders in Mugello. Nobody was faster than Frankie in the Italian Grand Prix here last year. He did set the fastest lap in the race for just his 2nd time in his MotoGP career. He'll be looking for some of similar speed to fire himself up into contention once again in front of his home crowd, as we look at a young man who has a very bright future indeed. Diogo Moreira on the Pro Honda LCR machine, missing out on a point-scoring finish in the sprint yesterday by a 2nd. But he was awesome, wasn't he, at the start? Very, very aggressive. You can just see him there right in the middle of the picture. Straight away, he's darted through on Aldeguer and the Gian Antonio ahead of him. And then he's going to just start picking his way through on the exit of San Donato. He was already up into P4. And then he started making mincemeat of the likes of Marc Marquez ahead of him as Raul Fernandez then ultimately took the checkered flag. What a moment this is for Raul Fernandez. He was quite simply phenomenal, wasn't he? A rider who literally is riding for his future at the moment. All kinds of talk that he's being moved on by Trackhouse, because that was not a scene that we saw at the end of the Catalan Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. It was all smiles yesterday between Aprilia Racing CEO Massimo Rivola and current Trackhouse boss Davide Brivio, but there has been behind the closed doors meetings. That was on Thursday. All 4 Aprilia riders were called to a special summit by Nawali factory management, where after a couple of controversial moments over in Barcelona, Marco Bezzecchi, Jorge Martin, Ralph Hernandez and Ayagura were sat down and told in no uncertain terms, gentlemen, we expect you to race hard, we expect you to race aggressive, but we also expect you to be clean, and more importantly, we expect you to be respectful.
Yes, we don't want to see 2 or more of you taking each other out of Grand Prix, because Aprilia in the end did not win the Catalan Grand Prix. It was a Ducati, Fabio Gianantonio, that took those honours when Jorge Martin, I think that was the source of a lot of his anger after the Grand Prix in Barcelona. He felt that the way the race was panning out with the 2 restarts, that race could have potentially had his name on it. Aprilia will be hoping that any potential animosity and tension has firmly been put to bed now. Everyone was best friends yesterday after the sprints, but of course they do start 1, 2 and 3 on the grid alongside each other, and all will be desperate to get to San Donato first on that run down from the grid. So potentially Aprilia top brass will have their hearts in their mouths once again.
Luca Marini might need some family favours, some brotherly love to keep him on the grid in MotoGP next season. We know he is surplus to requirements released by the factory Honda team for 2027, the new 850cc powered era in the top class. He's one of 4 Italians that are in contention with Frankie Morbidelli, Nicolo Bulega and Celestino Vietti for a 2nd seat in the VR46 Ducati squad next season. So some family loyalty might be seriously tested in the next few weeks or months or so. So Marc Marquez getting himself set for what was going to be his first Grand Prix appearance since his heavy crash when trying to go with brother Alex in the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez. Of course, his last competitive action before yesterday was in the Le Mans sprint before he suffered that vicious high side, which resulted in the requirement for surgery to repair a fracture in his right foot. Even on this morning's rider parade, Mark was still having to come to the parade bus with a special protective boot on that right foot, but I think it's the shoulder over 23 laps which is going to cause Mark maybe the biggest problems. No question he is getting back to full fitness, but he's not quite there yet, Lewis.
No, and he did say yesterday he did feel like he did have a little less energy, perhaps a little bit more tired. That's going to be natural given what he's been through. Nothing quite prepares you for riding a MotoGP bike like riding one of them. You can do all the training you can in the gym, you can cycle as much as you want, you can do as much running as you want, but nothing quite prepares you for riding a motorcycle around a circuit such as this, the most physical on the calendar. We saw at the start of the sprint yesterday, it's clear that the racing instincts are very much still there for Marc Marquez. The magic and the talent has not gone anywhere as he went from 4th to the lead at the start, but he's going to have to, I guess, just race to the limit of his body today, wherever that ends up being, whether that's the podium, whether that's the top 10. Don't think Marc Marquez is going to push himself beyond his limits today.
What he did say, and he said it all season long, the Ducati is a winning motorcycle. It is a motorcycle that's capable of fighting for the World Championship. The problem is, at no stage in 2026 so far has Marc Marquez been the rider to exploit the maximum potential out of what he clearly feels is a Desmond Sadici GP26 that is good enough to be giving Aprilia a few more headaches than what they have been having so far this year. We can't really make any kind of accurate, serious judgment, can we, or assessment on Marc when he tells us, okay, yeah, now I do feel like I'm back to fully recovered. Marc Marquez, is he going to maybe be in the fight for his 100th Grand Prix, a winning journey which started all the way back here in Mugello back in 2010, a 125cc victory which at that stage started to propel Marc Marquez to fame and fortune and racing stardom. A 7 times MotoGP world champion, maybe a future Formula 1 world champion. What a purple patch Kimi Antonelli is currently having. Let's get his thoughts down on the grid with Jack.
Yeah, great to once again welcome Kimi back to MotoGP, and you come back in quite the moment for Italian motorsport. You're leading the Formula 1 World Championship, Marco leading the MotoGP World Championship. Just describe the emotion that's within Italy at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Italy is living a great moment so far, and you know, the goal is to keep going like this. Of course, you know, there's also other sports where Italian sportsmen are doing incredible. You know, Yannick Sinner is doing incredible in tennis as well, and also in Winter Olympics, Italy did amazing. So, of course, it's a great moment, and the goal is to keep carrying Italy onto the top of the stage. So, yeah, we're doing our best, but yeah, today is an amazing day to be here in Mugello for MotoGP, and I'm really happy.
We know you have a great relationship with the academy guys. How often are you speaking with Marco? Of course, he leading the championship for the first time, the same to you, going through similar experiences. Have you spoken about what you're living through right now and how vital that relationship might be as we go into the latter stages of the year?
Yeah, I mean, we do talk before and after every weekend, and you know, it's cool because we support each other, and actually we share a lot of positive energy to each other, and we also kind of push each other, you know, to go on track and do even better, and it's great because as a driver, when you see a friend doing so well as well on your side, you want to do as good or even better. So yeah, it's great to see, and obviously I'm very happy to have such a relationship.
I imagine hoping for an Italian win today?
Yeah, of course. Hopefully we can hear the Italian national anthem.
Great to see you here. Enjoy the day, Kim.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful once again to be graced by the presence of Kimi Antonelli, Formula One World Championship leader, enjoying the best run of his racing career at the moment. 4 successive Formula One victories, the most recent last time out in Montreal in Canada. Again, very much a close ally of Valentino Rossi and the whole VR46 Academy stable. He'll certainly be cheering on Marco Bezzecchi. Let's go down then to one of the stars of yesterday's sprint, Diogo Moreira. Can he repeat it today in the Grand Prix? Let's get some thoughts from Jack.
Yeah, getting my steps in on the grid today. Diogo, what a performance it was yesterday. You've now, courtesy of this morning, got the photo signed by Mark. The next photo, I guess, is first MotoGP podium. Is that a possibility?
Today will be difficult, no? At the end, you know, will be a long race. We just need to finish the race, because at the end we need to get hours, you know, but yeah, should be a good one for us today.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Diogo Moreira. All a pretty front row then for the first time in MotoGP history.
Yep, it's Bezzecchi from Fernandez from Martin. Then we have Marc Marquez, Aldeguer and Bagnaia on an old Ducati Road 2. Gian Antonio, the Moreira who just heard from, and Morbidelli 9th, completing Row 3. Pedro Acosta first KTM. He's ahead of Enea Bastianini, who crashed out of the sprint yesterday. Alex Rins, the first Yamaha on the grid, in 12th. Iagora 13th from Brad Binder and Juan Mir. Jack Miller, Fabio Quartararo and Maverick Vinales all promoted up a place by the 3-place penalty for Luca Marini. Toprak Razgatlioglu 20th, ahead of Michele Pirro and Cal Crutchlow, who makes his 180th MotoGP start today at the age of 40. Every rider, it would appear at the moment, is going for the medium rear tyre.
Understandably so, given how well that performed over the short format in yesterday's sprint. Great choice that was, wasn't it, by Ralph Sanders. He was committed from Saturday morning. He said after the sprint win yesterday, I told my trackhouse crew, the medium's the only option for me to be competitive in that 11-lap per sprint yesterday. What a choice that was. Fabio Di Gianantonio said Ducati, no Ducati rider, certainly he didn't even remotely consider running the medium in that 11-lap sprint yesterday. But as you can see, straight shootout in terms of the Michelin rubber. All riders, all 22 of them, medium front, medium rear tyre, just how we like it. It was a very busy and packed grid here in Mugello. Blazing sunshine ahead of this Brembo Grand Prix. Obviously there is Kimi Antonelli, the Formula One World Championship leader. What a star here. What a time it is, as Jack mentioned, to be a fan of Italian motorsport, whether it be 2 or 4 wheels. With Antonelli leading the Formula One World Championship, Marco Bezzecchi leading the MotoGP World Championship. Fabio Di Gianantonio, though, has been a pretty persistent thorn in the side of the Aprilia so far this year, hasn't he? Can he do it again here in Mugello? Let's get the thoughts of VR46 boss Pablo Nieto with Jack.
Yeah, Fabio, Italy's leading hope yesterday from the 3rd row of the grid. There's an expectant crowd here, Pablo. Can he do the same again?
Yeah, yesterday was a fantastic race. We know that it's very difficult to start from 3rd row, but anyway, and today's another day, another race. It's going to be much more important than the first 2 laps. Try to make a very good start, first laps, and then we will see what happens during the race.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, Di Gianantonio came charging through. Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Pablo Nieto. From 7th on the grid to yet another sprint podium yesterday. Love that interview, or that behind-the-scenes footage we got with him and Valentino Rossi after his brilliant success. The winner, of course, of our most recent Grand Prix in Catalonia. We expect Digia to be off to the Red Bull KTM factory team next year. Valentino Rossi saying, are you sure you want to leave? Well, that man knows what it was like to lap fast around Mugello. Loris Capirossi, now part of MotoGP race direction. Another Italian who was super quick hitting Mugello. He was here yesterday as well as part of the new Baggers World Cup. It is the maniac himself, Andrea Iannone with Jack.
Yeah, great to have Andrea down here on the grid. The Baggers' newest rider, the Baggers' newest winner. Great job yesterday in terms of what we're going to see in this MotoGP race, Andrea. What can we expect?
So yes, yesterday we enjoy a lot. The category, the bike are incredible, unbelievable. So it's really funny to ride the bike and especially come back here in Mugello for a race. So it's special for me. Now we're waiting the MotoGP start, and so we will see for sure. It will be a really strong race, and but we love everything.
We've seen you fill in on MotoGP bikes before. Is that it? Are you finished with MotoGP, or might you have a surprise in the coming year?
So no, I think so for sure. In full time, I never come back in MotoGP, but never say never. Maybe sometimes possible happen something, and we will see.
Good. Thank you for joining us. See you later.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Andrea Iannone, a Moto2 winner here. Of course, he was back in the day in front of his home crowd. The grid awash with Italian legends and icons. There is Andrea Iannone, just a little bit of an embrace with Pablo Nieto. We've just seen 4 times 250cc world champion, Max Biaggi, MotoGP winner, World Superbike champion. Yes, we are chasing you down the grid, Andrea. Loris Capirossi still very much heavily involved, of course, behind the scenes as part of race direction. Marco Melandri's been kicking around, hasn't he, this weekend as well?
Yeah, that's a tyre being ran onto the grid for an Aprilia ride. I don't think that's a change of compound, but we will wait and see. I think that's more just changing an old tyre that he went to the grid with for a brand new tyre to start the Grand Prix with. Well, can Raul Fernandez do the double? He starts from second on the grid. Iagura 13th. Davide Brivio's with Jack.
All day yesterday for Raul for many reasons. He seemed to intimate to us that he might not be with you guys. He might not be on the grids next year. So as a result, is he someone to be feared with nothing to lose? Clearly.
No, but no, nobody told to Raul that he won't be with Trackhouse next year. It's just that let's say the renewal didn't really started or negotiate. But that's I mean, it's one of the best options for Trackhouse, I think, to keep Raul. So it's just not confirmed yet.
Yeah, the emotion was obvious yesterday for whatever reason. He wouldn't tell us. So how does he now refocus with obviously a massive opportunity here?
Yeah, I mean, we did yesterday. Yesterday was, I think he did a perfect race. I mean, it was great. Going in front, stay in front for all the race. Of course, we can try again today. It's more difficult. It's a longer race. Everybody on a medium tire, so it's a completely different game today. But okay, here we are, and let's try. Why not?
Good luck. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, completely different game over the full distance of 23 laps. Another Italian legend, Franco Uncini, 1982 MotoGP world champion. There's a fair amount of Grand Prix world titles currently massed on the grid. We've got a great shot there of the main grandstand. The fans lifting up the colours, the green, white and red of the Italian national flag, the Italian tricolore. Are they going to witness Marco Bezzecchi? He said on Thursday in the pre-event press conference it would be a dream come true to win his home round here in Mugello. Is that dream about to be realised? A dream he's had since he was a schoolboy, when he was knee-high to a grasshopper. It's a dream that he has carried. Well, he's got a great chance of winning in front of his home crowd here in Italy. He starts from pole position.
He's one championship leader. I think gets set to greet another. Marco Bezzecchi is on his way to the grid. That is his bike that Kimi Antonelli is standing by. He'll be racing in Monte Carlo, the streets of Monaco next week. There couldn't be a greater contrast, could there, in motorsport terms? The tight streets of Monaco and the wide open spaces and the eye-watering speeds of Mugello.
Great shot there. Andrea Migno, a former Moto3 winner here in Mugello. Well, he's gone full Italian. He's got the tricolore haircut, hasn't he? He's brilliant. Of course, still very much heavily involved as a spotter and a rider, coach and analyst for VR46 Ducati. was it? Was it Enea Bastianini?
Yeah,
After he
it was
won in
Mazzano.
Mazzano, yeah, he did the full Italian national flag
If you've
hairdo.
got that in your head, you have to win it, which he did.
I'm
on
only
that particular
jealous.
day.
I'm only jealous because I could never do it, of course. not these days, anyway. So.
Jack Miller making his way. There's the greeting there. Kimi Antonelli greeting Marco Bezzecchi. Let's hear from Pedro Acosta. What can he do from row 4, Jack?
Pedro, tough day yesterday, but we know you're always going to give your maximum on a Sunday and get fighting out there. So what's possible today?
Well, let's see. At the end, long distance, let's see if looks better than yesterday. Let's try to make a good start and better face lap than yesterday, and then let's see where we are.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck. Thanks, Jack, and thanks to Pedro Acosta. Well, we had Laura Bezzecchi yesterday. We've got Silvia Bezzecchi today. So we're going through all the Bez siblings, having the honour of holding the umbrella for brother Marco. That's a special moment, isn't it, for the Bezzecchi family? I'm sure they're all dreaming. They're dreaming already. The fact that Marco Bezzecchi has got himself to the top of the MotoGP World Championship. And Bastianini, well, his weekend started in such brilliant fashion when he was top 3 here on Friday, and we thought, well, he's going to be in the game for the top 3 throughout the weekend as Massimo Rivola. Respect. Right, about the message, maybe. A little tongue-in-cheek there, I have to say, from myself. But yeah, Massimo Rivola just passing on his best wishes for a successful and safe race to Raul Fernandez. Can he complete what would be just the 30th sprint and Grand Prix double win? He'd be the newest rider to do so.
He's got one factory Aprilia to his left and another to his right when he leaves the grid. Raul Fernandez feels like he is very much racing for himself right now because he's racing for his very MotoGP future. Marc Marquez and the riders, understandably, in these blazing hot conditions, leaving it as late as possible to come back onto the grid with the national anthem and the grid ceremony just under a minute away.
Yeah, always a very special moment in the Grand Prix calendar in front of a packed main grandstand. The Italians, they are passionate about all their sport, but in particular motorsport, on a star-studded grid. Very, very shortly we'll be getting to hear the Italian national anthem ring out. It'll ring out pre-race. Will it ring out crucially post-race? That's the desires for Marco Bezzecchi and the army of 72 Bez fans here as the riders then come to their positions ahead of the pre-race grid ceremony. Those two, well, they now share the all-time top speed record in MotoGP, top 2 in the World Championship. Ducati won 7, though, of the last 8 Grand Prix here. Can Aprilia create their own headlines here in front of their home crowd? As we pause then for the Italian.
Fratelli d'Italia, l'Italia se desta dell'elmo di Scipio, se cinta la testa dove la vittoria le porga la chioma che schiava di Roma, il Dio la creò. Fratelli d'Italia, l'Italia se desta dell'elmo di Scipio, se cinta la testa dov'è la vittoria, le porga la chioma che schiava di Roma, il Dio la creò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò.
Enough to send a shiver down your spine. Marco Bezzecchi keeping as calm as he can. Will he be challenged by his teammate? Will he be challenged by Raul Fernandez? Will he be challenged by the factory Ducatis? Davide Tardozzi's for Jack.
Davide, even you had your phone out there taking a video of that, to be an Italian rider on a Ducati in their 100th anniversary race. What is Pecco Bagnaia feeling right now?
Yeah, this morning it felt very good on the warm-up, but honestly yesterday had a disaster start. We hope that today will be better. But anyway, we know that with the growing of the temperature, Aprilias are performing a bit better than us. We'll see. A good start will be important, but 22 laps as usual is a very long race. So we'll see. On the other hand, Mark is training to be 100% at least in 1 month.
Thanks, Davide. Have a good one.
Yeah, Ducati have been so dominant. Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Davide Tardozzi here, haven't they, in recent years? As mentioned, they've won 7 of the last 8 in that period. Fabio Quartararo in 2021, the only rider to topple Ducati on home turf. That is a spectacular shot. It's always magical to come to Mugello. 2026 has been no exception. A brilliant display by the Aero team, sending out the tricolore colours over the grid. Well, what a day potentially lies in store for Aprilia. What a weekend they've already had. The historic lockout of the front row, the sprint win, yes, and a top speed record. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Massimo, really with Jack.
Yeah, it's been some weekend for Aprilia so far. For you, Massimo, to see your 3 bikes on the front row of the grid here at Mugello after the national anthem with the flyover going over, this must be one of the most special moments in your tenure as Aprilia boss.
I don't know if special is the right word. In a way, there is a lot of excitement, but personally, I'm saying super tension, super scared about because we have, you know, when you are in front, you have a bigger responsibility, and here in Italy is double. So let's see. We have the pace. As long as they behave, we can do well.
Marco obviously has the weight, the expectation of a record crowd here. How has he managed it so far this weekend and this morning in particular?
It's not easy for him. He's doing great. He delivered a pole, I would say, almost unexpected. So let's see if he can deliver also a race. So
good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Aprilia boss Massimo Riva. Yeah, Marco Bezzecchi delivered something out of this world yesterday. He delivered the first ever 143 lap of this Mugello circuit to take that pole position. He has never, though, as you saw on that graphic, had a podium here in Mugello. In MotoGP terms, his best was a 5th in 2022 and 2025. He has got a sprint podium here back in 2023 and a MotoGP front row, his first ever, coming 4 years ago. But he wants the big one. He wants the big prize. He wants to claim a home victory here in front of Mugello to prove that dreams do come true.
And Marc Marquez, as we heard from Davide Tardozzi, perhaps the expectation is that in a month's time he's going to be at the peak of his powers once again, which might lead us to think that Aston or the Sachsenring might be where we see Marc Marquez challenging for that 100th Grand Prix victory in all classes. But I guess today, as he said earlier on in the weekend, he's in a bit of a battle between his head and his heart here. The racing instincts, the natural instincts of Marc Marquez are to go for it, as we saw at the start of the sprint yesterday. But is his body ready to do that?
Fabio Di Gianantonio, 7th on the grid. Tough start to his home Grand Prix weekend when he was laid low by a bit of a upset stomach, a bit of nausea for Digia. He has bounced back brilliantly. His last 5 GPs, well, what a run he is on. 3rd in Brazil, 4th in Austin, 3rd in Jerez, 4th in Le Mans, and of course victorious last time out in Montmello. First VR46 racing rider to win in MotoGP since Bez did it himself at India back in 2023. Probably only the 7th Italian to win back-to-back racing in modern 4-stroke era, joining a club which features names like Rossi, Dovizioso, Bagnaia, Caparossi, Malandri and Bezzecchi. That is some company he hopes to be keeping in what, about 45 minutes time or so, as the grid then starts to clear here under clear blue skies. There's going to be a vociferous atmosphere, a huge noise when the MotoGP bikes peel away from the front of this grid. For the first time in MotoGP history on a Sunday, 3 Aprilias occupy that front row. Jorge Martin then goes from 3rd place. Raul Fernandez, your sprint winner, is 2nd, but can Marco Bezzecchi, he said it would be a dream to win here in Mugello, will that come true? He's on pole. world's fastest riders are ready to create some more magic Mugello memories, some more magic Mugello moments hopefully lie in store as we get set and gear up for the 23-lap Brembo Grand Prix of Italy. Pecco Bagnaia in 2022, 2023 and in 2024, and most recently Marc Marquez here last year has seen Ducati dominate their home Grand Prix. They have won the last 4 Sunday showdowns here in the Tuscany Mountains, but can they be toppled? Is today Aprilia's day? So far it has been the Nuali Factories weekend here on home soil. They've set a new all-time top speed record of nearly 370 kilometers an hour. There was a blistering pole position from Marco Bezzecchi yesterday, the first ever 143 lap of this Mugello circuit, and they won the sprint yesterday with Trackhouse Racing's Ralph Fernandez. Ducati have locked out the podium in our last 3 Italian Grand Prix. You feel that's going to be some task for the Bologna factory to continue that golden run? And in front of a record crowd in beautiful conditions, grazie Mugello, grazie Italia. Once again, we have a record crowd here at the home of the Italian Grand Prix since 1994. What a moment it is for Mugello. Our first Grand Prix here was all the way back in 1976. There's been plenty of 50th birthday celebrations, plenty of 50th anniversary celebrations throughout this weekend, but who is going to be celebrating here at the end of what are always 23 pulsating laps of this magnificent Mugello circuit? Aprilia have never won here in Mugello. Can they stop Ducati's recent domination? Can Pecco Bagnaia find himself back in P1 in Parc Ferme? Look off into the distance. It's already a spectacular shot, isn't it? As the red and the yellow flares get popped off on the sun-kissed hillsides. Barely a spare blade of grass available. Current Formula One World Championship leader Kimi Antonelli getting himself braced and ready for action. He will have the honour of waving the checkered flag at the end of this 23-lap contest, as Marco Bezzecchi then, for the 11th time in his MotoGP career, will slot into pole position. You can bet your bottom dollar he will not be as conservative, as cautious as he was in the braking zone for turn 1 as he was in the sprint here yesterday when he dropped back down to 6 on that first lap. Already wins so far for Bez this season in Thailand, in Brazil and in Austin in Texas, but this is the one that he wants. This is the one that all Italian riders want to win, at the spiritual home of Italian Grand Prix racing here in Mugello. This is the one that the home crowd heroes so desperately want to win. Who was going to win though here in Mugello 2026? It's lights out of a racing here in Mugello in MotoGP. It's a great start from pole position by Marco Bezzecchi. Getting away too strongly was Ralph Fernandez, who's going to try and go the long way around the outside. Bezzecchi, you know, is going to be much strong on the brakes on the long one down to San Donato. Oh, Fernandez goes wide. Ralph Fernandez goes really wide, and I think Martin's got through on Bez.
Made a complete mess of that. Martin has got through it. And Aprilia 1-2. It's a factory Ducati 3-4. That is Pecco Bagnaia straight up into 3rd place.
What a shocker that first corner was then for Ralph Fernandez. He went to the outside, on the outside of Bezzecchi. He was going straight back through. Bit of a head shake there from Martin with a full fuel tank and fresh rubber underneath him as they go through 4 and 5 for the first time. Bez then back at the front.
Look at Bagnaia shaping up too on Jorge Martin, looking up inside into Casanova and Cervelli. The Ducatis have come to fight on this Sunday afternoon.
Oh, Ralph Fernandez on the front row to 18th through the first sector. Surely his hopes of a dream double win already over here in Mugello.
Well, you saw just how much Marco Bezzecchi wanted the track position, wanted to be the leader. He doesn't want to be following Jorge Martin at any stage of this Grand Prix. Does Martin try and strike back early down into Scarperia? Bezzecchi just pulling out a bike length or 2.
Through the flares, through the smoke. The Gian Antonio's had a shocker as well. Started 7th. Digia is stuck outside the top 10 in 12th. He's gone the wrong way. Once again, he just can't start that GP26, can he? At all, Fabio Di Gian Antonio. He's got it all on to get himself back into the podium places.
Yes, the big winners outside of the top 4 we're looking at. Acosta's up to 6th and Iagora up to 7th. They've each gained 6 places.
So Ralph Fernandez has got himself back up in the 17th place, but it's been a horror show on the first lap for Trackhouse and the sprint winner of yesterday. So then now we're going to power down this start-finish straight. Aprilia here on Friday, they set the fastest ever recorded top speed in MotoGP. They go through the gearbox. Martin trying to pick up some slipstream. Is he going to be close enough to attack Bez on the brakes into San Donato? He is. He's got the inside line. Is he going to get it stopped? Because there was a big head shake there from Martin. He's going to run in hot. He's going to run in wide. Got to be careful here where he comes back on the inside line. Marc Marquez, though, eased up into second place.
That's Bagnaia on the Ducati second. Marc Marquez is fourth, so it's now Bezzecchi and Bagnaia in Italian 1-2 at the Italian Grand Prix, and they're already putting a bit of space between themselves and Acosta, who's now taken Aldeguer for fifth.
That was never going to work out for Martin. He got the slipstream behind Bezzecchi, so he was getting dragged into that braking zone for San Donato. 5, 6, 7 kilometres faster than normal. Had to adjust his braking marker. So desperate he was, though, to break the rhythm of Bez at the front. We know what a good front runner Marco Bezzecchi is, but now it's Pecco Bagnaia who's picked up that baton. We're on board with Martin through the spectacular right-handers of Arrabbiata 1 and 2. They'll start climbing up then through the hill now. This is turn 9.
Yeah, you mentioned Di Gianantonio not getting on top of his start problems. Clearly Pecco Bagnaia did. No signs of the wheelie problems he had at the start of the sprint yesterday. Di Gianantonio in the back of the picture looked like he was trying to make some progress from his rotten start. He's out of the top 10 still. He's up behind Brad Binder's KTM.
Bagnaia's third place in that shortened Catalan Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. His first visit to the podium since Motegi, his glorious victory in the Motegi Mountains last October. His only podium in the last 11. Here comes Bagnaia then through Biondetti 1 and 2. Is he going to be close enough to maybe show his wheel to Bezzecchi on the brakes into the final corner? Bezzecchi just too good. All about now just nailing your corner speed, nailing your lines, pick up the throttle at the perfect moment, because you're in the slipstream here, you're in the game here, Bagnaia. Can he pick up some slipstream on that factory Ducati?
We know what an expert he is around this Mugello circuit. He is now in the slipstream. Here's Bagnaia about to lead the Italian Grand Prix as he goes to the left of Marco Bezzecchi, and Bagnaia does hit the front once again at Mugello.
Can he get it stopped? Can he get it stopped? That's the big question as Marc Marquez runs in a little bit hot. Pedro Acosta will run to the inside line. Acosta rubbing shoulders with his future factory Ducati teammate through San Donato. Acosta's the fastest rider on circuit with a 1:45.563. Marquez, you just know he was not going to give up that position without an almighty fight. Marc then back up into P4, but Pecco Bagnaia then leads here in front of his home crowd. Already a 3-time winner here in Mugello. He is back at the front.
2022, 2023, 2024. Can he, what would feel like an improbable victory after what we saw yesterday, add 2026 to his roll call of Mugello victories? The 63s are all over the grandstands here. They love Pecco Bagnaia dearly, and of course it would have hurt him so much last year, a feeling that he's missed, to be fighting at the front in the latter stages of an Italian Grand Prix. Of course, he led early on here last year. Can he stick around this year?
First time in 2026 we have seen the 63 Ducati at the front of a Grand Prix. He has not led a MotoGP race since Sepang last year, and of course he was cruelly denied a podium with the Michelin rear tyre puncher. Further down the field, Fabio Di Gianantonio got himself back inside the top 10. Ralph Fernandez recovering after his shocking first lap and his shocking first corner. He's going to come up to 13th.
That was a big head shake for Martin on the way into Biondetti. That's cost him a bit of ground. You can see the gap's now opened up behind Marco Bezzecchi, and he's reversed back towards Marc Marquez, who understandably, as we saw in the early stage of the sprint yesterday, not quite getting up to speed yet and fighting a rearguard action.
Moreira picked off Bastianini for 8th on the last lap. He's recovered that place back, though, has the Beast. Could fight that further down the order. Yeah, Bagnaia, fastest lap of the Grand Prix as we ride on board with Marc Marquez, up to almost 360 kilometres an hour. Bagnaia 1:45.470. Talk about being up for your home Grand Prix.
He is so pumped up for this, isn't he? Of course, last year it hurt him so much when he didn't even make the podium after that early battle with the Marquez brothers. That moment for Jorge Martin, it cost him the best part of 0.4 of a second. He went from 0.2 behind his teammate Bez to over half a second behind him. The top two, the only two riders in the 1:45s on that lap.
Another impressive ride by the recovering Fermín Aldeguer. He's doing another outstanding job in 6th place on the Gresini Ducati. Well, there it is. We did not expect to see him this far back, did we, at this early stage of this Grand Prix? But Ralph Fernandez, well, he was 18th or 19th. He got a really good start, and he went side by side briefly with Marco Bezzecchi on the run down to the first corner, but just in too hot, way too. He did actually well not to go ploughing into the gravel trap there, did the number 25. But in terms of his hopes of a podium here in Mugello, well, they were over. It was over after one corner of this Grand Prix.
Yeah, the rear tyre skipped up slightly, whether it was just the draft up behind Bezzecchi's Aprilia, and that's the sinking feeling for Davide Brivio, who will have known already at that point that hopes of a double for Raul Fernandez were already gone.
Or was it also in his mind the pre-weekend pep talk about racing hard and racing fair? I mean, was he worried about maybe having some contact there in the slipstream behind Bezzecchi? Just had to let the brake off and dart to the left-hand side. We'll find out post-race. Acosta then now continuing to build and pile this pressure on the 93 of Marc Marquez. We're about to find Pecco Bagnaia almost 0.4 of a second clear of Marco Bezzecchi. Over the line we go. 45.6 from Bagnaia. 45.8 from Martin in third. That's his best lap of the Grand Prix so far. Acosta not close enough to attack Marquez on the brakes on the long run down to San Donato. But we saw this, didn't we, on the early part of the Grand Prix. And once again, shoulder to shoulder goes Marc Marquez and Pedro Acosta. There's a bit of ego at play here.
Yeah, more to the point, it is the right shoulder that Marc Marquez is, of course, coming back from the injury that missed the last couple of Grand Prix. Of course, a pair of injuries that he had after the French Grand Prix, and it's often in right-handers where we're seeing Marc Marquez just struggling a little bit to turn that factory Ducati.
What a story could be unfolding here for Pecco Bagnaia. In Ducati's 100th year, their centenary year, if he could win in Mugello, what a story that would be. It would be one of the best wins of his Grand Prix career, and he has had a few, hasn't he, to call upon in the back catalogue. But Bagnaia at the moment looking so good at the front of this battle. Marco Bezzecchi, just wondered whether Marco Bezzecchi just sitting off Bagnaia's rear tyre, doesn't want that front tyre temperature and pressure to start going through the roof.
Yeah, so he doesn't want that. Maybe that's what Martin's doing too in third place. Of course, that gap opened up because of the mistake he made, or the head shake into Biondetti, but he's not exactly cruising up to the back of the top two at this stage. Content to the moment in third place with that gap to Marc Marquez growing behind him. Fabio Di Gianantonio, he's now up into 8th place. He's passed Moreira on the previous lap, and now Bastianini on this lap. He's got a 2 3/4 to try and make up to close up onto the back of that Marquez Acosta Aldeguer Agura group.
Well, the Italian fans, they're going to be loving this at the moment, aren't they? They've got all Italian bikes on the podium, and at the moment, two of their heroes are going toe-to-toe, jousting it out here for the win in Mugello. Over the line we go. Bagnaia and Bezzecchi then, and Martin, they're all finally back into the 146s. Nothing at all between Bagnaia and Bezzecchi. 46 flats from the Italians at the front of this Grand Prix. Marc Marquez is somehow still holding off Pedro Acosta's factory KTM. The Gianantonio's starting to recover lost ground and find his rhythm. He's picked off Bastianini on that last lap. So Digi now up into P8.
Aldeguer and Agura have now firmly joined that Marquez Acosta battle. Here it is now coming into your picture. Marc Marquez is half second or so off the race leading pace at the moment. Aldeguer and Agura much closer to the race leading pace, which is now, you can see the 54 up behind Acosta, which will occupy Pedro's mind, and Agura is now starting to join that battle too.
Well, this is the best we've seen Bagnaia since he dominated the weekend at the Japanese Grand Prix. That unforgettable weekend for Ducati when Marc Marquez was crowned world champion for the 7th time. We're on board then with Acosta. Spectacular right hand. Look at that elbow dragging on the tarmac for Marc through Arrabbiata too. That is some commitment. This is why these are the very best in the world, the fastest track in the world being tackled by the fastest riders in the world. And Marc Marquez at the moment, well, he's defending quite superbly.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the 93 under braking, because it looked like Acosta was having a half a thought of going through into Scarperia as Marc Marquez taking a bit of a wider line, but that'll be absolutely fine. So he'll be able to punch out towards Biondetti. That's Aldeguer on the 54 behind them, and Agura. Di Gianantonio is starting to chip away himself in 8th place. You can see him on the Fiat Policy Ducati top of the picture. Acosta decides he's not going to wait any longer to go through on Marc Marquez, but can he hold it down this long pit straight?
That's been coming. That has been coming. You do get the impression that Marc's been a bit of a rolling roadblock there, head of the KTM, but he's not going to give it up, is he? Look at this. The Ducati, he just got the better drive, didn't he, coming out of that final corner, did Marc. Can Acosta dish it straight back into the braking zone for San Donato? He can't. The KTM was a bit out of shape, wasn't it, as he squeezed a handful of brake, decelerating at almost 300 kilometres an hour in about 250 metres into the G-forces there on the upper body. Unbelievable on that run down to San Donato. At the moment, Bagnaia still keeping Bezzecchi at arm's length. That gap's still hovering close to 0.3 of a second.
Is Bezzecchi confident enough in the Aprilia's ability to just manage its tyres a little bit better? We know the front end of that Aprilia is absolutely brilliant. It's why it's so strong around a circuit such as this. Is he just playing the waiting game, expecting Bagnaia to potentially drop off in the latter stages? We know Bagnaia is an absolute master. If anyone knows the key to victory here in Mugello, it's the two-time MotoGP champion who leads this race.
These two want this. They want it massively. Bagnaia just wants to have that sweet taste of victory once again here in Mugello, as Acosta just with a bit of a block pass there, eased on the inside of Marc Marquez. Lost all of his momentum there, did he, Marc, with that move by Acosta down in the Scarperia. Almost around the outside of him went Fermin Aldeguer through Pelagio. He does just about hold off the 54 bike behind him, but now he finally worked his way through into that fourth place. What has Pedro Acosta's pace now with a bit of clear road ahead of him?
Some recovery this from Acosta, isn't it, from 10th on the grid. Of course, a strong first lap, did a lot of the hard work there, and Marc Marquez is now under pressure from another rider who I guess has looked up to him over the years, Fermin Aldeguer on the Gresini, who's going to try and take that tighter line, and he's going to force Marc Marquez to jump out of his way, and now Marc Marquez is down to 6th place.
But a good this lap for Ralph Fernandez. He's picked off both Binder and Moreira and finally got himself back up inside the top 10. The sprint win from three abreast they go. Big wheelie over the crest there for Pedro Acosta as he was full gas and full power on the factory KTM. It's now Marc Marquez has got himself somehow back into P4. Here comes Aldeguer. No love lost at all between Aldeguer and Acosta as they go through turns 2 and 3. Iagura's eyes are going to be lighting up at this one, aren't they, at the moment? Now they'll attack now towards the second flip-flop through turns 4 and 5. Marc Marquez then still fighting with every ounce of his talent, every ounce of his skill set to somehow keep himself in P4.
Oh, that'll annoy Acosta. He got through into Scarperia, and at that point he must have thought, right, I can get my head down now, I can get on with my race and try and pull clear of this group that I've been stuck in for the entire Grand Prix so far. Next time he got down to turn 1, he was swamped from both sides by Ducatis.
You see there at the top left-hand corner of your screens, Bagnaia has just stretched his lead to over 0.4 of a second. That's the biggest advantage he's had over Bezzecchi. Coming back into contention for this battle for 4 places, the Gian Antonio. He's doing low 146s. He was a lot quicker than those ahead of him while they sort of tripped themselves up. We saw Acosta high 146s, so too Aldeguer. Marquez was back in the 47s, while the Gian Antonio's last lap was a 146.3. So the Gian Antonio was clearly, obviously, got the pace to drag himself right back into this group.
Aldeguer miles wide there into Corantayo and just allowed Acosta through there into 5th place. So we're pretty much back where we were a lap and a half ago in this particular battle, as they deliberately go wide because you want to give yourself the best possible slingshot onto this 1 kilometre pitch straight. And Pedro Acosta knows better than anybody how important that run is because he got swamped a lap ago.
You can see how hard Marquez is pushing. That successive laps now where we've tracked him through 15 and on the power with a lot of lean angle. Big twitches there. He just lights up that rear tyre. He is just throwing everything at this, isn't he, Marc Marquez? How long can his body and that recovering right shoulder hang in there? I mean, he's what, 2 or 3 weeks fresh out of double surgery. I mean, operation on his right foot and his right shoulder at the same time, and yet here he is keeping Pedro Acosta, Fermin Aldeguer and Iagura behind him at the front. It's been kind of as you were since Pecco Bagnaia struck in the early part of this Grand Prix. Bezzecchi just sitting, what, about a dozen bike lengths, maybe a little bit less off the rear tyre of Pecco Bagnaia. What has Bez got in the second half of this Grand Prix? Maybe to complete what he said would be a dream win here in Mugello.
As you saw there on your screens, the fastest rider in the top 3 on the last lap was Martin, who's a second off the back of Bezzecchi at 46.1. That was a 10th quicker than Bagnaia, 2 tenths quicker than Marco Bezzecchi. Martin still very much in play here, still very much in contention for victory here in Mugello in 3rd place. And it's Gian Antonio, who's clearly the next fastest rider on the track once again, as he zooms up to the back of the battle. You can just see at the top of your screen.
Yeah, top of your pitch, someone going through Scarperia, and Marc is still holding off Acosta in 4th place. Those two are going to be the factory Ducati colleagues in 2027. You can just see there Aldeguer for the recovering Spaniard. Here we go then, in turn 15 on the brakes. This is lap 9 of 23, so we're approaching half race distance, and these two at the front, they have not put a foot wrong, have they? Bagnaia versus Bezzecchi. MotoGP's trash talkers going toe-to-toe here down the 360 km/h start finish straight, and once again Bagnaia's advantage just come down to under 1/4 of a second. Bezzecchi was Pecco Bagnaia in 2022, 2023 and in 2024. And most recently, Marc Marquez here last year has seen Ducati dominate their home Grand Prix. They have won the last 4 Sunday showdowns here in the Tuscany Mountains, but can they be toppled? Is today Aprilia's day? So far it has been the Nuali Factories weekend here on home soil. They've set a new all-time top speed record of nearly 370 kilometres an hour. There was a blistering pole position from Marco Bezzecchi yesterday, the first ever 143 lap of this Mugello circuit, and they won the sprint yesterday with Trackhouse Racing's Ralph Fernandez. Ducati have locked out the podium in our last 3 Italian Grand Prix. You feel that's going to be some task for the Bologna factory to continue that golden run. And in front yet now, Bagnaia is under pressure. Bagnaia is under serious pressure here. He has been pretty much throughout the Grand Prix, but not this close. Into San Donato we go. Pecco and Bez.
While Martin is still a second and change off the back of this leading pair, Bezzecchi does have the luxury of being able to bide his time a little bit. Yellow flags have come out at turn 1. So if Jorge Martin starts to close in, then maybe Bezzecchi's approach might have to change. I think it's Alex Rins who we've lost. It is indeed Rins, who started, of course, on the 4th row of the grid, made Q2 on Friday. He's gone down at San Donato.
More painful memories for the Spaniard, of course. He suffered those serious leg fractures. In the 2023 sprint when he was part of LCR Honda, Alex Rins' factory Yamaha goes hurtling through the gravel trap. We saw a thumbs up there from Alex, so thankfully he looks like he's a-okay. Diego Moreira's now in 12th place. He got passed recently by Brad Binder. And now Bastianini still inside the top 10 on the Tech 3 KTM. His teammate Mario Vignale is finding his way back to full fitness. He's way down in 19th place.
This is Ralph Fernandez, who's now past Bastianini. He's up into 9th place, and he's now about to join this group that's led by Marc Marquez from 4th all the way down to what is currently 8th with Fabio Di Gianantonio. They conceded a 46.3 last time, Ralph Fernandez. He's the fastest rider on the racetrack, but unfortunately it was all lost at turn 1.
Yeah, he'll be ruining that one. There'll be some regret for Ralph Fernandez after this Italian Grand Prix, because without any question he had the pace. He had the pace to be in this battle, certainly for the podium, maybe with Jorge Martin, maybe better. Sadly, we will never know because of the mistake he made right here. 146.5 from Jorge Martin. That was a big lap that by the Martinator. Some lap 11 of 23 from Jorge Martin as we close to the halfway point. Martin was 4/10 faster than Bezzecchi and 3/10 faster than Pecco Bagnaia.
Yes, he decided now is the moment to use a bit of the pace he's got, use some of the tyre that he's got, and get himself into the battle with the top 2. And as I mentioned a couple of laps ago, if Marco Bezzecchi's just biding his time there behind Pecco Bagnaia, that strategy might have to change soon if his teammate and title rival cruises up to the back of it.
Second fastest rider on that last lap behind Jorge Martin was Marc Marquez. I mean, how the heck is Marc still producing high 146s, mid 146s on that factory Ducati? Showing no signs of the fatigue we feel he might encounter. Cal Crutchlow has pitted on the LCR Honda. It's been a real tough return to MotoGP. This was his first competitive action in MotoGP since the Japanese round in 2023. Cal's not a quitter. I don't know if he's maybe got some kind of technical issue there. Back at the front though,
pointing something out, wasn't he?
Back in this lead group, we've got still Bagnaia resisting Bezzecchi. Still there now in the same picture briefly was Jorge Martin. Yellow flags are out at turn 10. It's Bastianini. Well, he dumped it at Scarperia in the sprint yesterday, and unfortunately, he's back in the gravel trap at the very same corner. So in front of his home crowd, a potential double DNF incoming for the Beast, who's had a bit of a nightmare as Bezzecchi really does close up on the rear tyre of Bagnaia going through the final corner. Now it's just a drag race on the brakes. Now they'll attack hard into San Donato over this blind crest. Here comes Bezzecchi, just building and building momentum, building and building speed. When will he feel like it's the optimal moment to try and have a look on the inside of Bagnaia?
The most obvious opportunity to overtake is there into San Donato, but Bagnaia gets off Puccini in the final corner very well, and even in the slipstream, that Aprilia didn't exactly gobble up the Ducati, did it? Down the main straight. Still absolutely nothing wrong with that Desmosedici GP in a straight line, so Bezzecchi will have worked out by now that it's not just going to be an easy mirror signal manoeuvre pass down the main straight. Maybe he's going to have to plot a move elsewhere on Bagnaia.
He's going to be sick of seeing plus 0.2, plus 0.3 on his pit board right now, isn't he? 72, Marco Bezzecchi behind him. Pecco Bagnaia has been picture perfect so far in this Grand Prix. Through Arrabbiata at 1 we go. We're on board with Bezzecchi then, just over 150 odd kilometres an hour through that turn 8. Rising up now through 9. We're going to go down the hill once again to Scarperia. This is where we lost Bastianini on the previous lap out of the top 10.
Martin again was a fraction quicker on the last lap, only a 10th to Bezzecchi and 2 tenths to Bagnaia, but he's continuing to just become an ever-growing, looming presence up behind his teammate. Remind you, 12 points the difference at the moment between Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin. Put the flag out now, Bezzecchi would extend that advantage by a further 4 points. Of course, an extra 5 points up for grabs if he can take his very good friend Pecco Bagnaia for the lead.
A long way to go in this Grand Prix. 11 laps to go. They'll soon be down to the last 10. This has been a bit of a game of strategy, hasn't it, so far? Has Marco Bezzecchi just been content to sit on that rear tyre of Bagnaia just to manage his pace? This feels like, once again, it's the closest he has been. He starts now to gobble up the space behind Pecco Bagnaia. He's going to go to the inside line here. They go side by side. Bez versus Bagnaia. This is the moment then with 10 to go where Marco Bezzecchi has decided this is his moment. So Marco Bezzecchi then back at the front here in Mugello. What have you got, Bagnaia?
He wasn't prepared to wait any longer. Time to make the move with 10 laps to go. And Bagnaia now with a big question in front of him. Of course, with Marco Bezzecchi taking the lead. Martin, of course, still in the action. There's a huge gap, nearly 4 seconds back to Marc Marquez in 4th place. Bagnaia, of course, it's his home Grand Prix. He'll try absolutely everything, but has he got an answer?
Well, look at this already. Bez has stretched away from him in the blink of an eye in the space of, 5 or 6 corners. Bezzecchi has already gone almost 3/10 of a second. He's now almost half a second clear of Bagnaia. Through, this is a lovely move. This is a textbook move into San Donato. He knew once he'd got level with Bagnaia in the braking zone, he had that inside line, that was over as a contest. He just had to run that line through the middle of that corner, as Acosta still cannot find their way through on Marc Marquez. These two have been within arm's length of each other throughout this Grand Prix so far, but it is still Marquez hanging on to 4th place. What a ride.
Yeah, even with a recently repaired shoulder, even at maybe 60-70% of his peak physical condition, Marc Marquez is saying to Pedro Acosta, you have to try a lot.
Marquez Acosta going to have another look down the hill into Scarperia. He's not close enough, is he? Not close enough. That red Ducati is as wide as Bologna's motorways right now, isn't it?
He's tried just about everywhere, hasn't he? Pedro Acosta, he's tried it. Scarperia, he's tried it into San Donato, he's tried it into Bacini as well, and every time he's made the move, Marc Marquez has whistled past him almost immediately. So where else can the KTM star plot a move past his future teammate, we believe?
Martin's going to gobble up Bagnaia very, very quickly. Pecco Bagnaia started this lap. 4/10 of a second clear, and once again Acosta on the inside of Marc Marquez.
He's running him out wide
this
time
around. He's just going to make sure that you're going to stay on the outside this time around, mate. As Jorge Martin then now winds it up through the Aprilia gearbox. Surely this is going to be second place. Surely this is going to be a fairy tale 1-2 here. Fair play to Bagnaia. He's really trying to tough it out on the brakes. He knows this is coming. He really did. Fair play to Pecco. Fighting fire with fire. He knows that grip's fading underneath him, but he toughed it out on the brakes. Martin, though, just a little bit stronger. Acosta has finally got through once again at San Donato. Is this finally Acosta potentially securing 4th place? Might it get any better if Pecco Bagnaia really still starts to suffer with fading grip?
And there's only 5 seconds up the road to Bagnaia, so it would have to be a major drop-off, but Bagnaia, of course, has had some issues already this season where mechanical issues out of his control have taken him out of the action. Of course, back in Jerez when the Ducati broke down. So Acosta now clear of Marc Marquez, and is that finally 4th place for keeps for the number 37. And I think Marc's bigger problem here isn't Acosta, it's Ayagura on the Trackhouse Aprilia, who is still doing 146s in 6th place. Once again, the Aprilia's finishing faster.
This is Didier. Nice move, that lovely move on Aldeguer going through Arrabbiata 2. So Fabio Di Gianantonio, they're now on the fringes of the top 6 himself. Once again cursing a pretty poor launch on that VR46 Ducati. 1.5 seconds or 1.4 seconds was the gap between Bezzecchi and Martin once Jorge had got through in the 2nd place. So we'll be monitoring that very, very closely, because is there anything left in Jorge Martin's locker in terms of maybe a surprise late victory bid?
Bagnaia has also already lost a heap of time to this group we're watching on this lap. He was 4.7 behind ahead at the start of the lap. It's down to just 4 seconds already, and we're 3 seconds the way through. Still another 7 laps to go as they cross the line now. So if Bagnaia's already barbecued his tyres, he's in for a world of trouble in the latter stages. Across line a 48.0 for Pecco Bagnaia. If that kind of pace persists, he'll reverse back towards the group that his teammate's leading.
He went all in, didn't he? Nothing to lose.
He's through again.
Marc Marquez has got back to go on Acosta. He's going to try, he's going to lean, isn't he? Lean on Acosta. Acosta leans back. What a battle this has been between the 2 Spaniards. This is just superb to watch. Marco Bezzecchi then is 1.5 seconds clear of Jorge Martin. Yeah, Bagnaia rolled the dice and chucked it all on red, didn't he? And it hasn't come up trumps, unfortunately, for him. I mean, yeah, he's in the 48s now. I mean, he was 1.2 seconds slower than Martin on that 16th lap. He's still got 6.5 laps to keep going here.
Yeah, if he continues at that pace, he's going to lose that podium position. Of course, no idea who he might lose it to, because any one of 5 riders could win this particular battle. We're on board at the moment with Ayagura, looking up at Marc Marquez, who, I guess, surely his shoulder and his whole body here must be aching. This is a physical circuit anyway. If you're at 100%, never mind the situation Marc Marquez is currently in.
This is adrenaline. This is pure, outright adrenaline that's keeping Marc in this battle, and an awful lot of talent and skill thrown in as well. To be in this fight 2 or 3 weeks fresh out of double surgery just shows them the class that he possesses. Di Gianantonio will still feel like he might have something later on in this battle. We know how good Didier is at managing his tyres. How much rubber, though, did he have to use and burn up to get himself back into contention for these positions, because he was down as low as 12th at one stage.
It's a better lap, I think, this for Bagnaia. He's still losing time to this group, but he's only lost around about 3/4 tenths on this lap so far. If he loses it at that sort of rate, he should be fine for that final place on the podium. Bezzecchi's still doing 46s, a 46.6 for him. He's way quicker than anyone else. It's a real statement from Bezzecchi as Marc Marquez continues to annoy his future teammate Pedro Acosta. 93 versus 37. Can he get that Ducati stopped? Not quite, but he's going to have the inside line, but Acosta moves through, and is Ayagura about to stick his nose in as well?
Dropping across the Gura's nose was Marc, having run wide into that first corner. Marc Marquez has not completed a Grand Prix since March. The Austin Grand Prix in Texas. He's pretty much ring rusty, isn't he? He was out very early on in the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez as he tried to run the early pace of brother Alex. And so we're going into the territories of races where he's pushing his brain and his body to places he hasn't been too often so far this season. Agura then briefly sensed that he was going to get through on the 93. Looks like it might be over at the front. Marco Bezzecchi has just taken a lead of over 2 seconds for the first time in this Grand Prix, ahead of Jorge Martin. It's Jorge Martin, like he did in the sprint yesterday, just locking down, batting down the hatches and going, well, let's just think championship, let's think bigger picture here.
Here comes Agura.
Yeah, that's lovely. On the inside of Mark, just squeezing him out to the paintwork, going through Scarpri and around the outside, then goes Fabio De Gianantonio. So Agura and De Gianantonio then now sweep on the inside of Mark.
Pedro Acosta won't have seen that because he's ahead, but Agura will say, this is how you do it. This is how you pass Marc Marquez and make sure that he's going to be in no position to fight back once again. Agura up into 5th place. It doesn't look like we're going to get an Aprilia lockout on this occasion of the podium, but they might have 3 in the top 4 yet.
Yeah, now we know Acosta is good at managing his tyres, so too is Agura. We're looking at Agura and the Gianantonio, who so far this season have excelled in terms of their late race pace. Marc Marquez, well, I think 4th place would have been a sensational result. Yeah. He's going to cross the line in 7th, which is still a strong finish, and he's going to attack again, isn't he? Is he going to attack the Gianantonio? Of course he is. This is Marc Marquez. This is Marc Marquez. It's in his DNA. It's just a natural instinct that he was born with. He's got packed through on the Gianantonio. Well, these two have already had a few slugfests so far, haven't they, in 2026?
Don't know whether that was a left leg of apology for Di Gianantonio or whether it was just him pushing as hard as he can. Either way, he's now up into the top 6. Di Gianantonio's had the pace without question to be battling for the podium here, potentially with Pecco Bagnaia, but of course far too much damage done on that first lap. This battle for 4th rages on between Acosta and Agura, and they are now around 3 seconds behind the fading Pecco Bagnaia, but I don't think he's fading enough to lose a place on the podium.
Martin has clearly decided, I'm going to settle for 2nd in the sprint and I'll settle for 2nd in the Grand Prix. Let's pick up the maximum potential points we can. Beaten by Ralph Fernandez of Aprilia yesterday, potentially being beaten by Bezzecchi's Aprilia today. Once again, just like he did in 2024, he was always there. He was always a kind of permanent fixture, wasn't he, on the podium places, be it the sprint or the Grand Prix. He knows that points make big prizes, Martin. He's picking up another valuable 20 this afternoon.
So Agura, remember, has come from 13th place on the grid, yet again qualifying out of the position for at least what his race pace is, and it potentially might cost him a podium unless he can pass Acosta very, very quickly and unleash some of the late race pace he's got to chase down Pecco Bagnaia. We'll have 4 more laps to go, and Agura 4th is very much on the table here. If he can attack and act quickly, could you still be better?
2.7 seconds, the gap at the front between the factory Aprilias as we ride on board with Agura. Look at that. And Aprilia absolutely powering past Pedro Acosta's KTM. They both go sideways. They're both snaking left and right, trying to squeeze every bit of braking performance. Well, Agura just closing the door there on Acosta. I don't know if one of them maybe lost a little bit of aero, a little bit of bodywork there. Those two, of course, well, they've had their late tangles. Yeah. They clashed at the very last corner of that shortened Catalan Grand Prix. It cost Agura a 3-second post-race penalty. He was very apologetic in Pedro Acosta's motorhome after that particular incident. He might be knocking on Acosta's motorhome door once again this afternoon.
Definitely saw something drop off onto the racetrack. I don't know whether it was one of those fender wings on the KTM that dropped off. I think it was just on the above the front fender, as now Di Gianantonio is about to make Acosta's lap even worse as he loses another place. These are the 2 riders on the move, motoring in these latter stages, Agura and Di Gianantonio, and the fact that Agura is now 4th will, I think, alarm the factory Ducati team.
You have to feel for Acosta. Once again, he's absolutely run the neck of that KTM, and just like he did in Barcelona over that short race, he started the last lap, didn't he, in Catalonia 2nd, and we thought, well, he's going to get a reward over the podium. And we saw that there was just, he had no grip late on whatsoever. He was getting picked off for fun. He was going to be relegated back to 5th place by Agura had he not been sent careering into the gravel trap by the Japanese rider in that final corner. And once again, it looks like Acosta is just running out of grip at the most crucial phase of this Grand Prix.
Well, this is, without question, the class-leading motorcycle in MotoGP right now. This is a comfortable 1-2 we are looking at for the factory Aprilia team. Bagnaia is 5 seconds off the race lead in 3rd. 2.1 he is now ahead of Ayagura, who might yet still give Aprilia a little bit of a sniff of a podium lockout. Is 3 laps enough for Ayagura to chase down Pecco Bagnaia for 3rd place?
It's looking like back-to-back 3rd places, isn't it, for Bagnaia? Further down the field, this is the battle for the final spot in the top 10. It's in the hands of Brad Binder on the factory KTM. Binder is 10th. He's got 3 Hondas for company behind him, led by Mir. There is Moreira, you can see in 12th. Marini there in 13th. Not a bad recovery by Marini after his 3-place grid penalty. Points at the moment as well for Morbidelli and Razgatlioglu. We barely mentioned, have we, the Yamahas. Toprak Razgatlioglu at the moment.
Top Yamaha.
He's top Yamaha. We've lost Alex Rins at turn 1 a few laps ago, but there's a bit of a Yamaha squabble further back. Razgatlioglu 3/10 clear of Quartararo. He in turns about a quarter of a second ahead of Miller, but that's for 15th, 16th and 17th. Some scout that will be for Toprak to beat a former Mugello winner here, of course, in 2021, Fabio Quartararo.
And one of Yamaha's former employees is also at the back of that group. Maverick Vinales in 18th place on the Tech 3 KTM. Disappointing afternoon for him. Of course, we have to remember he's also recently returning from a pretty serious injury. Following the gap between Bagnaia and Agura, it's holding pretty steady at the moment on this lap. Bagnaia just has enough pace at this stage in those sort of low to mid 47s. The gap's still over 2 seconds. It now comes down to 1.8 through the 3rd sector, but Agura at the moment is not closing quick enough.
Bezzecchi quite rightly is going to get the accolades. He's going to get the plaudits and the headlines here in Italy for what looks like a nailed-on home Grand Prix success, but you have to doff your cap to Jorge.
Losing to Stott into San Donato. Fortunately for both, he missed him.
It felt like after the disappointment of missing out on the sprint podium yesterday, nothing was going to get in the way of Marco Bezzecchi from winning his home Grand Prix in Mugello. A lifelong dream is about to come to fruition for Bez. He's in that luxury position. He's in that wonderful position of being over 3 seconds clear with a lap and a half to go in front of his home crowd. They're going to raise the roof here in Mugello. 50 years since the first Grand Prix took place here. Of course, so many of the previous MotoGP battles were won by Italian icon Valentino Rossi, but they have got a new superstar to roar on from the grandstands as Ralph Fernandez easing through on the inside of Aldeguer, going through Correntino. This has been some fight back, to be fair, by Ralph Fernandez. 18th or 19th at the end of that disastrous first lap. He's now got himself up into P8.
Further proof that as we get into the latter stages and we're about to start the final lap, Aprilia have just got too much for Ducati at this stage of proceedings. 1 second, back to 0.9 now between Bagnaia and Ayagura, and Ayagura took 0.9 of a second out of Bagnaia on the last lap. Bagnaia isn't home for 3rd yet.
Agura's doing mid-46s. I mean, that's electric pace, isn't it? Late on from the Japanese star. I mentioned a few laps ago, keep an eye on Agura and Digia. They are famed, aren't they, particularly in 2026 for their late race pace. Barring any late disasters, barring any late dramas, though, this is going to be a lap of Mugello, which Marco Bezzecchi will enjoy. What a moment lies in store for the number 72. The 27-year-old Italian never had a Grand Prix podium finish of any sort in any class here in Mugello, but he's about to end that run. What a weekend, what a day for Aprilia and for Marco Bezzecchi.
And it might yet still be an Aprilia lockout of the podium after they locked out the front row of the grid yesterday. Agura is just taking meters out of Bagnaia by the corner, and Bagnaia within sight of the checkered flag might lose his grip on the podium again.
He is. He has got no chance. He's got no chance. Agura's going to gobble him up here. I mean, Bagnaia is a passenger. He's a sitting... late heartache coming here for Bagnaia. Can he somehow defend and complete a podium here for Ducati?
Surely
has he got anything left? Agura just all over the rear tyre of Bagnaia. Marco Bezzecchi's already in the braking zone for the final corner. Here comes Agura. You know he's going to go on the inside of Bagnaia. Bagnaia tries to go defensive, but here comes Agura. And for the second time in the last 3 Grand Prix, we're going to have an Aprilia lockout, are we? Of the podium. Bagnaia sweeps to the inside line. What a battle for the final place on the podium. But Marco Bezzecchi is proof that dreams do come true. He takes a fairy tale home success here in Mugello, and huge credit to Pecco Bagnaia, who does somehow deny Aprilia from an all Aprilia lockout of the front row. Bagnaia's late heroics do deny Aprilia an all lockout of the podium, but take nothing away. Surely that is, as Formula One World Champion, the Kimi Antonelli waves the checker flag. That has to be the best day of Marco Bezzecchi's life. Simply the best, simply the best day of his career. He has done it. Dreams do come true. A lifelong dream as a schoolboy. He would have watched his Italian heroes for so many years win here in Mugello, and Marco Bezzecchi has done it. He is the winner of the Italian Grand Prix. A 1-2 for the factory Aprilia team. Marco Bezzecchi, your 2026 MotoGP Master of Mugello.
Does look like there is a bit of emotion there for Marco Bezzecchi, who doesn't often show it, but boy, has this made an impact on Marco Bezzecchi. You can see some tears in the Aprilia camp down in pit lane. It's a family affair. His sisters are here. One held the umbrella for him on the grid before the sprint, another before the Grand Prix today. And surely the greatest day of Bezzecchi's MotoGP career so far, and with more performances like that, the best is still to come.
He plonks himself on top of the tank. Aprilia's first win at this circuit. Marco Bezzecchi's first win and his first podium at this circuit. What a season Marco Bezzecchi is having right now. That is his 4th win of the campaign. 4 wins in the opening 7 rounds of the season. Brilliant by Bez. As soon as he got through on Pecco Bagnaia, lap 14, wasn't it, of 23. Well, the game was up very quickly. He was in cruise control. He took the checker flag, 3.5 seconds clear for Martin. Special moments this. You can see what it means to the factory Aprilia team with the live audio right from the heart of the Newali garage. Marco Bezzecchi is going to savour every single second of this special moment. What a moment for him. What a moment. Massimo Riva has been reduced to tears as well. A weekend, the best weekend of Aprilia's history in MotoGP, surely. They have produced the fastest motorcycle in history, almost 370 kilometres an hour from Martin and from Bez. Their bike produced the first ever 1:43 lap, and they've locked out the top 2 places once again with Marco Bezzecchi, the home hero. Let's get the thoughts from a very emotional Massimo Riva.
Massimo, tears in your eyes. We can see the emotion. Why does this mean so much?
A lot of tension here. You know, home race is always a bit tough, but starting in front with everybody, with I mean, big responsibility, but bigger satisfaction. Fantastic weekend.
What will this do?
Super proud of the team. Tunual, I mean, this is quite a big one for us.
What will this mean to Marco in particular as well?
It's a boost after a couple of races that you know, he was not the best. Back to be the best. It's a boost of adrenaline and confidence that he deserves.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
They're pinching themselves, aren't they, right now at Aprilia inside that Newali factory. What a moment. Oh, fairy tale stuff this, isn't it, for Aprilia and for Marco Bezzecchi in particular. Oh, Agura, he could almost smell the Prosecco. He could sense he lost it by 0.03 of a second. Got on the inside of Pecco Bagnaia, didn't he, on the brakes in the final corner. He does crack a smile because once again it was another stunning ride. Agura, Paolo Bonora there comes to congratulate the Gulf livery Japanese star.
From 13th on the grid too.
I mean, if Agura can qualify it, well, you know that he's going to have something for Bezzecchi and for Martin. This was the moment where he must have thought, for the second time in 3 Grand Prix, he was going to secure a lockout of Aprilia on the podium. But you have to say chapeau to Pekka Bagnaia.
Yeah, he deserved a podium
Yeah,
today,
he led
didn't he?
until the 14th lap, did he, Pekka Bagnaia, and he was really suffering late on. I mean, Agura did a 46.9 on the last lap, and it didn't come with a podium. Late heartache for Trackhouse. No double podium celebrations for them. Davide Brivio can't quite believe it.
It's easy to say with the benefit of hindsight from here whether Agura could have just waited until out of the final corner and just blasted past on the run to the line, because I'm sure he would have done it had he followed Bagnaia out of the last corner, but he clearly wanted to attack, and who can blame him? Marc Marquez certainly brought the entertainment. He gave everything today. Pedro Acosta certainly knows he's been a race this afternoon with Marc Marquez. 7th, he's just getting started again.
Heck of a ride. Heck of a ride that by the reigning world champion. 7th place, 10 seconds he was back at Bezzecchi at the checker flag, which pretty much is the story of his season so far. He feels like he's been missing about half a second in terms of outright race pace, which is a pretty accurate assessment of where he was really today. Had a great fight, didn't he? For 2/3 of that race, he was just elbow to elbow, knee to knee, shoulder to shoulder with Acosta. Got passed late on by Agura and the Gian Antonio. Atoy Martin, some weekend. What a recovery after a disastrous Catalan Grand Prix where he was on the floor 6 times in 4 days. A double podium for the Martinator. Fabio De Gian Antonio, well, the sequence of top 6 finishes rolls on. That's, well, every Grand Prix so far this year he has finished inside the top 6. But he would have wanted more, he would have expected more, but once again his hopes were really undone by another poor start. He was 12th at the end of the first lap.
Yeah, and he had the same sort of pace as Agura did, as you mentioned. He was right behind, just 3/10 behind Agura, so he missed the podium in the end by 3.5 tenths of a second, did Fabio Di Gian Antonio. But Marco Bezzecchi, who is going to want to savour every metre of this celebration lap, this cool-down lap. We might have to wait a while for the podium, but Marco Bezzecchi must know that these days don't come around very often in your Grand Prix career to win your home Grand Prix as the leader of the World Championship on an Italian bike. It doesn't get much better than that for Bez.
Ducati's domination in Mugello is well and truly over. Finito. They lost their first sprint ever here yesterday thanks to Raul Fernandez. You have to say Pekka Bagnaia, well, he fought a really good fight, coming up short at the end, but just for the 2nd time in the last 9 visits to Mugello, Ducati are defeated. Raul Fernandez looks a little bit defeated right now. He knows that mistake, the key early mistake before it even got into top gear here in Mugello, cost him the chance to fight for a double podium. You could just see there's more than a tinge of regret on the face of Raul Fernandez, because that was one that got away for Trackhouse and for the Spanish rider. It'll sting as well when he sees Bezzecchi and Martin 1st and 2nd, and his teammate Agura coming charging through to narrowly miss out on the podium. Some lucky fan has got some Marco Bezzecchi's gloves as a special memento from Mugello 2026. He's going to enjoy this, isn't he? This will be the slowest lap Marco Bezzecchi has ever done in Mugello, and quite rightly so, because since he was a schoolboy, since he first had aspirations and dreams of being a Grand Prix motorcycle racer, this was the race any rider in their home country wants to win their home round. But this, as mentioned, is the spiritual home of Grand Prix racing in Italy. Home of the Italian Grand Prix since 1994. And joining that elite club of winners is Marco Bezzecchi.
Well, Pedro Acosta did at least win that battle, which went on for most of the race with Marc Marquez, but he doesn't come to MotoGP races to finish in 6th place. This was the contact where, I think in terms of his race, the damage was probably already done, as Agura was always going to motor clear from him in the end. Certainly brought the fight today, did Pedro Acosta, but in the end the Aprilias and indeed the Ducatis of Bagnaia and Gian Antonio had too much for it.
I love watching Acosta. That guy has got so much fight in him. He does not know when he's beaten, does he? Does not accept anybody getting on the inside of him. He is a cage fighter. He is a warrior. What will he be capable of doing in the new 850cc Pirelli tyre era next year when he moves on to a factory Ducati? But Marco Bezzecchi taking the congratulations of portions of the pit lane as he comes to what's going to be a very special Parc Ferme. His first win in Mugello, Aprilia's first win ever in Mugello. And and he gets mogged. He gets absolutely mogged here by all of his close friends. His two sisters, Laura and Sylvia, have been helping him on the grid with the umbrella duty here this weekend. I'm sure they're going to be enjoying some very special celebrations as well. So finally, and eventually, to the absolute
on home soil?
I just give everything for the crowd here. Was really tough because in the last laps I was struggling a lot with the rear grip, and I saw that the Aprilias and Bezzecchi were doing a fantastic job. I just tried to leave no space for I, but thanks to everyone, thanks to my team that did a fantastic job, and we really deserve this kind of results.
Brilliant ride, well done.
Grazie mille.
Grazie mille. Pecco says thank you very much. It was a top ride, wasn't it? Great stuff. He led it until lap 14. There was this potential late drama, wasn't there? 30% of you watching home voted him the rider of the race. At that stage, he must have been thinking, I'm losing the podium, but no, I'm not. I am not going to miss out on the box here today. Look at this. This is how close it's going to be then over the line between Bagnaia and Nagura at the checkered flag. Not even 0.04 of a second, splitting third and fourth.
With 10 laps to go in the Grand Prix, Aragón was 6 seconds behind Pecco Bagnaia. Very nearly caught him, but apart from maybe the most hardened of Aragón fans, I think everyone else will probably voice the opinion that Pecco Bagnaia fully merited a podium today.
Great ride, great ride. So too for Jorge Martin. He's had a great weekend here. 2 podiums after a nightmare 2 DNFs in Barcelona. Let's get some thoughts from Jorge with Jack.
Well, Jorge, after the bruising weekend in Barcelona, you've bounced back in great style here. Second yesterday, second today. You must be really proud of your efforts.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very happy. You know, the team worked in an amazing way during all the weekend. I was trying to get back that confidence, but you know, I quite struggled this weekend. We need to continue working, but I have to be really grateful to Aprilia for the job. Marco today was impressive. Congrats to him, because winning for sure in Mugello for him is special. But yeah, I think we have to continue this progression.
Great job today.
Thank you.
He did, as he so often does, do a great job, didn't he, Jorge Martin? Acknowledging the unrivaled pace of Marco Bezzecchi ahead of him, who won his home Grand Prix here in Mugello. But 2 second places after that real tough weekend in Barcelona. Restoring a bit of that lost confidence this weekend, did Jorge Martin. Keeps himself second in the World Championship. 22 points he is clear. Fabio Di Gianantonio in third place, but here he is. On Thursday he said it would be a dream to win his home Grand Prix Mugello. He has done it. Dreams have come true. Marco Bezzecchi, your winner here in the Italian Grand Prix with Jack.
Marco, on Thursday you said it would be a dream to come here, a circuit you attended as a child, and for the first time to become an Italian Grand Prix winner. You have just done it. Put into words the emotions you're feeling.
I feel unbelievable. It's something that I was dreaming since when I was a kid, and to achieve this dream is amazing. I want to say, can I speak Italian?
Of course.
Mugello, grazie col cuore. Oggi gli abbiamo dato, ci siamo divertiti. Grazie a tutti ragazzi, siete fantastici. Un bacio.
Marco, of course you can speak Italian. You can speak any language you want after delivering a performance like that in your home Grand Prix. This was then on lap 14. He had shadowed, he had ghosted Pecco Bagnaia for the first 2/3 of that race. And once he made that key move on the brakes into San Donato, well, that was the start of his journey to this super sweet moment. Over the line he crosses as an Italian Grand Prix winner, a Mugello winner. Look what it means to Massimo Rivola. He's in tears. He's overcome by emotion. What a 2026 Aprilia are currently having. We're going to have to prize Marco Bezzecchi away, aren't we, from the pit wall, as he quite rightly takes the adulation of the home crowd. For so many years, this was the domain of his manager and mentor, Valentino Rossi. But there's a new sheriff in town in Mugello, and it is Marco Bezzecchi. What a day. What a weekend for him and for Aprilia.
How must that feel if you're Marco Bezzecchi, who, of course, did win a sprint at Misano last year, but there is no feeling for an Italian rider like winning the Italian Grand Prix. He is a national hero, and he is, at the moment, the leading contender and the clear favourite to become Italy's latest MotoGP world champion. So much to be done between now and then. Pecco Bagnaia, who of course himself a 2-time MotoGP world champion for Italy, and you can see so much red and so many 63s in that sea of fans. for the journey he's been on. It's not a 4th Italian Grand Prix victory, but this podium will mean so much to Pecco.
What a difference a year makes. He was heartbroken. He was devastated here inside that factory Ducati garage when he got pipped at the post and missed the podium in 4th place. Not the one he wanted, but still fantastic scenes for Pecco Bagnaia. The Italian fans knew, and they know, that he gave everything to try and win that Grand Prix. Davide Tardozzi just having a little bit of a post-Italian Grand Prix inquest with Jorge Martin. I'm sure Davide Tardozzi's going, give us a chance, mate.
Yeah.
Come on, let's have a chance. Ducati, though, have been overhauled, haven't they, as the reference motorcycle in MotoGP right now. They are unique scenes, aren't they? They always bring something that little bit different, that something that little bit extra special. The Mugello fans in particular, when they are hailing and lauding one of their own. And Marco Bezzecchi, winner of the Italian Grand Prix in Mugello. He drapes himself in the Italian tricolore, the Italian national flag, for what is going to be probably the longest podium celebration we've had for quite some time. Can we even drag him away from the thousands of fans who are now packed onto the start-finish straight here? More congratulations, more embraces for brilliant Bears. What a weekend we have had here. We call it Magic Mugello, we call it Magnificent Mugello for a very good reason. What a weekend.
Sempre secondo.
Capito che cazzo hai combinato?
Così hai fatto?
Cosa hai combinato?
No, bellissimo.
Hai vinto il Mugello? Cazzo, hai vinto il Mugello.
Wow, alla 1 Tio, per l'aria c'era il vento strano all'inizio. Poi ho detto, va là, che oggi hai preso la tua. Qua. Tipo mi ha fatto così. Oddio, sei andato terzo. È vero, perché poi Pecco mi ha passato. Pecco andava forte all'inizio, volavi.
Finché dietro c'è stata... Sì.
A me a sinistra ha calato.
Dopo dietro di te, per mettere la mappa C di freno motore, ho abbassato, ho agganciato, sono uscito da 1 così e ho fatto 2-3 tutto basso.
A me anche vibrava. Staccavi fortissimo la 1. E poi vibrava a sinistra, a destra.
A me a sinistra. Vibrava tantissimo a sinistra. Ma Augura mi ha passato l'ultima curva.
La tua moto andava,
Sì.
Puttana.
Qua già non riuscivo più a finire di girarla.
Cazzo, sul dritto avevi un missile oggi. Guarda come va. Ma cosa ti mettono? Lo zucchero nel serbatoio ti mettono.
Vieni qua, guarda, adesso accelero e si abbassa.
Ah, adesso?
Sì.
Non si vede. Sì, perché io ho visto subito 0,9 e ho detto, ostia.
Quando ho visto Augura era 2,9 da me, 3 giri dalla fine, ho detto arriva. E lui sempre alla fine è incredibile.
Oddio! Bello vincere qua, Grande, Tio.
Guarda l'ultimo giro.
Grazie, Oh, questo è l'ultimo giro. No. E come l'hai incrociato? Subito, bam! Poi c'avevi un missile. L'ultimo giro?
No, io qua sono uscito così.
Ma anche lui, Tanto eravamo tutti un po'... l'ha abbassata troppo presto. Lui è a posto, Sì, ma l'ha abbassata prestissimo.
Io qua ho detto mi incula.
Bello.
Vediamo.
Sì, ma per poco mi prendeva anche a me. Io ero finito. Grandi ragazzi.
Cazzo, ma negli ultimi giri lui è mostruoso.
Ti ha fatto un Enea, quasi.
Ho imparato da te, Jorge.
What a moment awaits Marco Bezzecchi as he is poised to be announced in front of the adoring Italian fans as the latest and newest winner of the Italian MotoGP here in Mugello. Scenes that he will never forget. He's going to be watching that race a million times, probably before we get to Hungary next weekend for round 8 in this year's MotoGP World Championship. 2 Italians on the podium here in Mugello, and one of their own, the home hero Marco Bezzecchi, will stand on the very top step.
Special scenes these will be, particularly for Marco Bezzecchi, but also for Pecco Bagnaia. who missed out on a podium in one of the most painful experiences of his miserable 2025 season. Is this another step towards Pekka Bagnaia rediscovering that magic again? Back-to-back podiums, but this time he gets to stand up there, and this time it's the Mugello podium that Pekka Bagnaia gets to be a part of. He joins an Aprilia party, which of course he might be a part of next year, with Pekka Bagnaia set to move across and take Jorge Martin's place at the factory Aprilia team. Massimo Rivola there, who has felt this so deeply. It's Aprilia 1-2 today. Looks like he's not the only one there under the podium, getting overcome by the emotion of what Aprilia have achieved today. It will be the CEO, Massimo Rivola himself, who will take the winning constructor prize. The many thousands of fans outside our commentary box window underneath the podium are being kept waiting. They will be very much happy to do so, because they're about to see two of their own. One who is clinched world championships in the past, and another who is potentially on his way to doing so. As the podium ceremony begins, Massimo Rivola will take his place as the CEO of an all-conquering Aprilia 1-2 today. Pekka Bagnaia, he's back on a Mugello podium. Listen to this. Perhaps the most cherished third place of Pekka Bagnaia's MotoGP career. Jorge Martin will take second place. His best result here in Mugello, and keeps himself very much in play in terms of the World Championship. But for Marco Bezzecchi, a moment that he must have dreamed of for years. A moment where he takes the applause of his team and his country as winner of the Italian Grand Prix. Feels he can fly himself to Balaton Park next weekend for the Hungarian Grand Prix, which is a week away. The winning constructor prize then was Aprilia extend their incredible record now. 5 wins from 7 in 2026. And that is what the 4th 1-2 that they've achieved. The 3rd headed by Bezzecchi. Brazil, Austin, and of course the Martin-led 1-2 at Le Mans. Pekka Bagnaia, his 61st MotoGP podium, and his 4th here at Mugello. We won't ask the question once again whether Pekka Bagnaia is back, but today we certainly got a flavour of Bagnaia's very best. Jorge Martin will leave here 17 points behind his teammate Marco Bezzecchi after a pair of second places. After the blip of Barcelona, his ultra-consistent 2026 season continues. And when he was a small boy, Marco Bezzecchi would have come through these gates to cheer on Valentino Rossi and see him win the Italian Grand Prix. Well, Marco Bezzecchi at Mugello, today is your day. This is all for you, the winner of the Italian Grand Prix.
Grazie Mugello. Grazie Italia. What a weekend we have had here in the Grand Prix of Italy. 3 Italian bikes on the podium and an Italian MotoGP winner in front of a crowd which have kicked off a carnival atmosphere down on the start-finish straight. It sends a tingle down your spine. It raises the hairs on the back of your neck. What a pleasure, what a privilege it is to be part of this incredible occasion. One which is going to live long in the memory of Aprilia and for Marco Bezzecchi. A record-breaking pole position, followed up by his first ever win in front of his home crowd. A sensational weekend for Aprilia, breaking records galore in terms of lap times and top speeds. But they are victorious once again. Yet another factory 1-2. Look at that, the fist pump as a drenched, soaked in Prosecco, Aprilia Racing CEO Massimo Rivola can't quite believe what he is witnessing, can't quite believe what he's experiencing. Aprilia's story just keeps getting better and better and better. From the back of the grid to the front of the grid, from nowhere to the top step of the podium and the top of the MotoGP World Championship. Enjoy it, Aprilia fans, enjoy it, Marco Bezzecchi fans. The good news for MotoGP fans is we don't have to wait too much longer before our next chapter in what is already turning out to be a phenomenal 2026 World Championship campaign. Because we're packing our bags and we're hot-footing it to Hungary next weekend. Pre-race was some show, wasn't it? With Kimi Antonelli, Formula 1 World Championship leader, supporting the home heroes. Pecco Bagnaia did so much of the front running in that Grand Prix. He did just about cling on for a brilliant podium. You saw what it meant to Bagnaia at the end of those incredibly hard 23 laps. He just pipped Agura at the post. But Marco Bezzecchi was simply too good. He was simply too strong. He was simply too fast. And once again, he is simply the Bez. Fairy tale stuff, this, isn't it? They're in dreamland, Aprilia. So too is Marco Bezzecchi. I'm sure at some stage later on this afternoon, when he's conducted all of his media duties, he will be back once again to soak up this special atmosphere here in Mugello. But next weekend, we make our second visit to Balaton Park, nestled alongside the vast and spectacular Lake Balaton. Get ready for the Grand Prix of Hungary. That's coming up next weekend.
And Aprilia are certainly hungry for more after Marco Bezzecchi led home another 1-2. And a memorable home victory for him. Pecco Bagnaia takes third, hanging on the final lap from a fast-closing Agura. Fabio Di Giannantonio recovering from a dreadful first lap for fifth. Pedro Acosta sixth. Marc Marquez, source of so much of the entertainment this afternoon, he took seventh. Fermin Aldeguer promoted to eighth after Ralph Fernandez moments ago got a one-place penalty for contact late in the race. Moreira 10th. Ahead of Binder, Mir, Marini, Morbidelli, and it's Jack Miller who won the battle of the Yamahas towards the back of the field after Toprak Razgatlioglu got a one-place penalty for exceeding track limits on the final lap. Adea Bastianini, Alex Rins and Cal Crutchlow, the three retirements. So Marco Bezzecchi's World Championship lead extended slightly from the start of the weekend. He wins back the 3 points he lost yesterday, plus a couple more. He leads Jorge Martin by 17. Fabio Di Giannantonio is now 39 points back. Agura back ahead of his teammate Ralph Fernandez in the championship. Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez both climb a place ahead of the absent Alex Marquez. The reigning champion, Marc, is now 102 points off the points lead. And Aprilia extend their Constructors' Championship lead over Ducati after a 9-point gain today. The lead is now 30 points. And after a maximum score today, look at the lead for Aprilia Racing in the Teams Championship. It's 150 points over Trackhouse. Here are some highlights from a day that Marco Bezzecchi will treasure forever. The day he won the Italian Grand Prix. When he led after the start of the Grand Prix, I'm sure many would have thought, well, that's it. Marco Bezzecchi normally, when he leads out of turn one, leads at the end of the final lap. He ultimately would, but not through the most obvious of routes. Ralph Hernandez certainly didn't take the ideal route through San Donato on the first corner, dropping down to 18th place. He would recover, though, for a place in the top 10. Martin was certainly staking a claim for the early lead, but he would lose that back to Marco Bezzecchi. Two factory Ducatis also firmly in the action in the early stages, as Pecco Bagnaia took advantage of that error from Martin to seize second place. And a Grand Prix circuit that he has won on 3 previous occasions. Pecco Bagnaia began his chase for a fourth by taking his very good friend Marco Bezzecchi for the lead at the start of lap 3. Ten laps later, after shadowing his very close friend, Marco Bezzecchi would seize the lead back. Bagnaia starting to run out of grip and losing his grip on a fourth Mugello victory. Jorge Martin would add further punishment by taking second place, and despite fading drastically in the latter stages, Bagnaia would cling on to the final place on the podium. Marc Marquez was enjoying a thrilling tussle with Pedro Acosta on the factory KTM. That, at this stage, was for fourth place. They would be gazumped, though, by the fast-finishing Ayagura and Fabio Di Gianantonio. That was Agura taking fifth, allowing Di Gianantonio to seize the move as well. Before going around the outside of Pedro Acosta on the run down to the first corner. Contact on the way out of San Donato, which certainly didn't aid Pedro Acosta's cause, but Ayagura had his eyes only forwards. A spectacular late charge brought him, we thought, to the podium when he dived up the inside of Pecco Bagnaia into Vicini on the final lap. Bagnaia, though, wasn't going to relinquish. He wasn't going to give up. He takes a podium at the Italian Grand Prix. Third for Pecco Bagnaia, second for Jorge Martin. But the winner at home, the toast of Mugello tonight, the World Championship leader, Marco Bezzecchi. We will see you.
Simply the best. Marc Marquez now wins 13 sprints so far this season. Simply sensational. The first Hungarian Grand Prix in over 3 decades. MotoGP is going to roar into life here in Balaton Park. We keep a close eye on Fabio Di Gianantonio, third on the grid. VR46 Ducati crew identified an issue on the sighting lap. Big headache for Digia.
Have to start this Grand Prix from the pit lane.
We've got the green flag clearing at the back. But we're lights out and racing then here in MotoGP. Marco Bezzecchi is going to try and be aggressive on the inside of Marc Marquez into that first corner. between 72 and 93.
Marc Marquez back to third place. Pecco Bagnaia is up to 7th place already, although that might become 8th now. Here comes Aldeguer up the inside. Martin's also passed Bagnaia. Oh,
Bastianini's gone down. A real tough weekend for the beast.
And what a start for Pedro Acosta, already up into P4. Something's happened to Alex Marquez. Alex Marquez is on the floor. He's gone down at one of
Marc up to second. Marc Marquez then, and now he does start to think about honing in on Bezzecchi.
Acosta will now be wanting to try and get past Morbidelli quickly.
Marquez now getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Acosta has got through into third place on Morbidelli. Acosta then does move up into third place. Marco Bezzecchi, when he's looking really vulnerable right now on that factory Aprilia. So vulnerable that Marquez hits the front then for the first time. Marc just charging in that little bit too hot on the brakes into turn 1. Bez briefly then back at the front. Now we go into turn 5. Marquez levels Bez once again in that heavy braking zone. Bezzecchi comes straight back on through.
Marc Marquez got another very good run out of turn 17. Can he get up alongside and break late enough this time to get through on Marco Bezzecchi? Bezzecchi tries to cut back underneath him, but Marc Marquez now has the inside line for turn 2.
You can just see there Acosta. He really is starting to hunt down Bezzecchi. Bezzecchi goes charging in hot then into that final chicane. Power on the factory Aprilia down the start-finish straight, but he's up against the fastest Grand Prix bike in history, Pedro Acosta's KTM. Acosta has the inside line now in the braking zone. Acosta up in a second.
I think Aldeguer's gone down. He has. That's the second Gresini Ducati to go down.
Martin on the inside of Morbidelli, and he's up into P4. Make that another double. Mine's a double, says Marc Marquez here in Hungary. It has been a breeze in Balaton. For World Championship of Marc Marquez as he does win for a 7th successive Grand Prix. An excellent 7th to 2nd for the fighting Pedro Acosta on the factory KTM. Marco Bezzecchi takes the 3rd place, another excellent top 3 for Bez. Jorge Martin, 16th to 4th. What a ride by the world champion.
Marc Marquez,
pole position, sprint victory, Grand Prix victory. He is unstoppable. Simple as that. Marc Marquez was simply on a different level. From the summer break, Sachsenring sprint. Massive wheel slip for both Bagnaia.
Marc Marquez with a super run.
Wins as a sprint here in the Grand Prix of Austria. It is chapter 13. Welcome to Grand Prix number 1000. It's the Grand Prix of Austria. Marco Bezzecchi then on pole position. Green flag though clears at the back. Lights out and we're racing in MotoGP here in Austria. It's a sensational start for Pecco Bagnaia. He's immediately ahead of Alex Marquez. Bezzecchi then's made the perfect launch away from pole position. Alex already back in 4th place. Marc up into P3. Marquez attacking immediately on the inside of Bagnaia. now, and Mark up into the second. Red on red. That's Aldeguer getting aggressive on the inside. Bastianini. And Alex goes into the long lap penalty loop. Going to drop back in front of reigning world champion Martin. So back out on circuit, Alex Marquez in 11th place.
Here comes Alex Marquez, looks straight back through on Morbidelli and Martin. And it's Martin that gets mugged. 3 go past him.
Alex Zanardi helmet as well. Just talk to us what it was like though on that podium. I'm sure you've watched those scenes for many, many years when Valentino Rossi was winner here in Mugello, but they're now here for you. You are the new superstar in MotoGP in Italy. How does that feel when you saw the crowd celebrating with you like they were?
Yeah, it was amazing. Being completely honest, was tough also the last 2 laps because I started to see with my side eye that all the people in the grandstands, in the grass was waving and moving, and to keep the concentration was tough. But then once I crossed the finish line, it was amazing. And as you said, to have Kimi here, he's a big friend of mine, and we've been closer and closer in the last 3 years. And to have him here, is amazing. My helmet was something that I really wanted to give him an important day, because it's a big message for me and for all the Italian people. And then to jump on the podium, see the whole straight full of people with my flags, with air horns, and the crowd was amazing. As soon as I was moving, they were also following. So, yeah, I felt like a superstar, but I feel also like one of them, because I was there. I was there not many years ago, so this is why it means so much.
And just finally, 2 of your biggest supporters here this weekend were your sisters, Laura and Sylvia, who had special jobs. They were holding the umbrella yesterday in the sprint and today in the Grand Prix. After what's happened today, do Laura and Sylvia have to start coming to more races?
Well, I wish, because first of all, we are very close, but unfortunately we don't see each other a lot, because Laura lives in Milano, Sylvia lives in Rome. They both work for something that they studied for, so they are far from me. But when we see each other is amazing, and to have them close to me in this moment is something that really means a lot. So a big hug to Silvia and Laura.
Marco, I love saying this. You are the winner of the Italian Grand Prix here in Mugello. Huge congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Special day for the whole Bezzecchi family then this weekend, and for Italian sports fans in general. Yes, Yannick Sinner let the side down slightly at the French Open earlier on in the week, but we've got Kimi Antonelli with 4 consecutive wins leading the Formula 1 World Championship here today to see Marco Bezzecchi extend his lead in the MotoGP World Championship by winning at home.
Yeah, quite the moment for Italy as a whole, but I have to say things might be going swimmingly for Kimi Antonelli in Formula 1 at the moment, but I can imagine as he stood there at the bottom of the podium with the Italian national anthem singing out, thousands of fans behind him, I'm sure he was looking up at Marco and thinking, God, I wish I'd become a motorcycle racer. I'm sure he would have had a much more enjoyable time. That was one of the coolest things that I'm sure he will have seen for a long time. And we are here at MotoGP just a little bit cooler than those at F1. So, Kimi, it's not too late. Come and join us if you want.
Well, he'll still get his chance at Monza later on in the year to potentially experience scenes similar to this as he goes for Formula 1 World title glory. So Marco Bezzecchi, your winner, will return to Pecco Bagnaia because we'll be hearing from him very, very shortly. I'm not going to ask the old question again, is Pecco Bagnaia back? Because we've asked it for a year and a half, but certainly we got a flavour of the Bagnaia magic today. And for a rider who, it's amazing to say it, for someone who's won 2 MotoGP World Championships, feels like a confidence being rebuilt now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a building year. We knew it was going to be. After 2025 not being able to get anywhere near the heights of the previous years, this is all about building himself back up again, finding the confidence in his ability and knowing that he belongs right at the very top of MotoGP, and this is an important day in that process that is ongoing for him.
Let's hear from Pecco Bagnaia now. 3rd place today, he's with Matt.
He will go wide, and then we'll cross the line. So the strategy was okay, maybe a bit on the limit, but I'm super happy. I was there in the podium, and the feeling was to don't go away and enjoy all the crowd, but I'm super happy. The team is deserving it, and we just need to believe in those results.
We know we're pretty on a fantastic level right now. Marco and Jorge are both riding incredibly well at a very high level, but you did lead from lap 3 until lap 14. Was there a little bit of a part of you thought, well, I'm managing okay, I can fight for the win until the end?
The feeling was yes, but then the rear dropped too much, and the feeling was more or less like in Thailand,
Balapan mototika
straight, so I said, okay, keep calm, just see what will be. When I saw that I was having 4 seconds over Pedro, I said, okay, I can manage it. But when I saw that I was the follower, I said, okay, he will arrive. So tough, but it's what it is, and we just need to think on everything and try to improve for next ones. I think we are moving forward, and we need to continue like this.
Your strategy at that last corner, if you just told us, actually was perfect, because he did come on the inside of you.
Yeah.
When he did, and when you did do the cutback, I mean, you're just pulling inside the helmet going, please, please, get to the checkered flag, because I'm sure you could hear him as well coming.
And I was a bit confused, because my bike was saying to me 2 laps to go. No, yeah, two laps to go on the bike, but then I exited from last corner, and was the check reflection. I said, okay, please, thank you so much, because another lap was impossible to remain in the front.
And you want to win, obviously, but that crowd today, that atmosphere on the podium with Marco winning, you know what it's like to win here in Mugello, but today just seemed like it was an incredible experience, even though you were third. I mean, just what's it like to have that experience here in Mugello?
He deserves a lot to this kind of results, and to win in Mugello is something else for an Italian on an Italian bike, and you never forget the first time. So I'm very happy for him, very happy for Aprilia because he's working super well and super good. So super nice to win here.
You did an awesome job, and those fans love your performance. So you gave everything, Pecco. Great to see you back on the podium.
Grazie mille.
Just as well his bike was wrong, wasn't it? Because I think one more lap and Iagura, without question, would have taken that third place. So Marco Bezzecchi and Pecco Bagnaia certainly pleasing the Italian fans here. In terms of entertaining the masses and the millions watching around the world, I think we have to give a major thank you to both Marc Marquez and Pedro Acosta today. How much fun did we have watching them?
That was fantastic. Two of the very best in MotoGP, not giving one another an inch. I think you guys said it on commentary. It was almost as if there was a little bit more at play there. Egos were on the line. Marc was never going to give Pedro a second chance. Pedro the same, diving through at every given opportunity. It was brilliant to watch. Did it help their races? No, not at all, in no way whatsoever. The pair of them in the end getting passed and left by quite a margin by both Fabio Di Antonio and Iagura, but as you guys said, with the pair of them likely coming together in this red garage next year. We saw it in Thailand, the manner in which they fight against each other. They're already trying to lay the law down for what we expect to come in 2027, and that was just another example of it again. Acosta trying to get one up on Marquez, and Marquez trying to make sure that he asserts his dominance on the man that's trying to take his mantle at the top of MotoGP.
Touching on them individually, Pedro Acosta finished ahead of Marc in the end. He was 6th. Marc was 7th in the end of that Grand Prix. KTM, or certainly in terms of Pedro Acosta on the KTM, making a big step from the sprint yesterday when he was fairly uncompetitive, 9th across the line.
Balapan.
Too early to understand where that step has come from, but once again, Pedro Acosta just elevating KTM in a position where that bike didn't really belong here.
Yeah, I think we can say where the step has come from. The step has come from
Pedro,
the man on board the bike, Pedro Acosta. Again, I feel like in After the Flag, I say it every week, but on a Sunday, he's able to get the absolute maximum out of himself, out of the KTM. We know that he hasn't got a bike underneath him that's capable of fighting for podiums, capable of fighting for wins at certain circuits. This wasn't one of them, but still, you must be delighted to be Paul Trevathan and part of Pedro Acosta's crew, because at the end of every race, you've just got to shake his hand and go, thanks for doing that, because once again, he saved KTM's bacon and made sure that they did have at least something to cheer about.
Carried them on his shoulders, didn't he, today? No question about that. Yeah, as you say, it's not just a one-off occurrence, this, for Pedro Acosta. And for Marc Marquez, the result almost secondary today, really, for Marc Marquez, given where he's at, but held his own in 4th for quite a long time, 7th across the line. I don't think he's really thinking of points or positions at the moment. Just another step on his road to full recovery. Davide Tardozzi on the grid saying to you, thinks it might be a month before we see Marc at his best again.
Yeah, training, he said, and he earmarked Assen, was it, which is
end of June.
End of June. So we've got another 2 Grand Prix to come before that. We go to Hungary next week, a weekend off, and then we head to Brno for the Czech Republic Grand Prix. So let's see. Mark, again, when the visor goes down, I asked this to him yesterday. We saw Davide Tardozzi ahead of qualifying, pleading with him, begging him just to ride within himself, but that's just not Marc Marquez. He says, when I put the visor down, the animal inside of me comes out and I can't help myself. And again, I think that was a sign of it today. Was it helpful for him to battle as hard as it did? Did it take more out of his body than he probably wanted to? Yes, but that is just Marc Marquez. I think, as you say, he will be delighted. Fastest Ducati in qualifying. One lap is where he's going to be able to at least play a little bit. In the sprint, a top 5 finish. Today, fighting inside the top 5 for the vast majority of the race. He's shown the big thing on Friday for me. That was the big interview. That was the big message, that suddenly he's got consistency back. He, with the nerve issue, had been complaining all year, or revealed to us he'd been complaining all year about how from one lap to the next, he just didn't know how the body was going to react, how the shoulder, the elbow, everything connected through that nerve was going to react. But suddenly, now that that's fixed, the consistency, the feeling is there every lap. The issue now, because that nerve hasn't been right for upwards of 6 months, is there's no muscle there, there's no strength. He's not able to work his body how he would like, but that is something that he says will come back. He says the key thing is mentally, I'm ready to put myself through those hours in the gym to build that strength back up. And when he does get to that level again, then if this is Marc Marquez on a bad day at 50%, qualifying on the second row, top Ducati, finishing in the top 5 of the sprint, we've said it all weekend long. I think we can now probably safely say, given the timeline and now getting the full picture, Championship I think is going to be a stretch.
Over 100 points now.
Yes, but he's going to play a big role in it. Once he gets back to 100%, once he's had the summer break, when we get into those really intense months of September, October, when the races come thick and fast, he's going to be a joker in the pack, and a dangerous one at that.
Yeah, Assen, as you mentioned, is in a month's time. The race after that, of course, is the Saxon Ring, where Marc Marquez is a serial winner at. So I don't think many would bet against him winning there already.
Almost as if Davide Tardozzi looked at the calendar and gone,
circle that one.
We might make sure we're back fully fit for that one.
Yeah, in the end, of course, it wasn't just Iagura, who we touched upon, who overtook that Acosta Marc Marquez battle. Fabio Di Giannantonio did the same, and I feel like this is a copy-paste of a lot of Fabio Di Giannantonio's races this season, where we're saying, if only for lap 1.
Yeah, if only for lap 1, if only for his qualifying. It's exactly the same story as we've had for the past couple of weekends. He managed to pull it back in extreme circumstances in Barcelona to take that victory, but again, the fastest man in all 3 practice sessions was a real contender for victory, and he'll come away from this weekend feeling that I haven't achieved what I probably shouldn't have done. Podium in the sprint yesterday was a magnificent ride, but with his pace, he could have been fighting for victory. Same again today with his pace. He should have been in contention for the podium if it wasn't for a poor performance in qualifying, which in part is down to an unfortunate technical problem where he had to go onto his second bike and didn't have that feeling. But again, the inconsistencies off the line, it's a problem that both him and Bagnaia are having. The Ducatis used to be the best bike off the grid. Now it's a real challenge to race start after race start have that same power and feedback off of the line, something that the Aprilias have under control so massively at the moment.
3 Aprilias in the top 4 in the end today. Could well have been 4 in the top 5, given the events of lap 1. That was never going to be on. Raul Fernandez wide at the first corner, ended up going down to 18th on the very first lap, but a big weekend where I guess he's proven a point on track. And interestingly, Davide Brivio on the grid to you, not completely shutting the door on Raul Fernandez still being a trackhouse rider next year.
No, it's a story that we need to be keeping an eye on over the next couple of weeks, because Raul, when he came to speak to me yesterday, the emotion was evident. He was nearly in tears in Parc Fermé, and then again when we spoke to him in the broadcaster set here, and he said, look, you all know what's happening, and you know that I can't say. And the rumours are that he's been told there's no room in the inn at Trackhouse. Looks as though Enea Bastianini has taken one seat, and then the second one, there's a whole host of names been linked, but Raul Fernandez isn't one of them currently. You feel as though he needs a Fabio Di Giannantonio, Qatar 2023, was it 23, 22? Yeah. 2023, esque performance where he goes out. Was the sprint enough? We'll have to wait and see. A Grand Prix victory, a Grand Prix result today would have done him the world of good. He might be kicking himself to have made that mistake at the first turn, because it's a pivotal moment in his career at the moment. Rubio not closing the door. I don't know whether he was just playing the political game there. The rumours suggesting that Fernandez is up against it to keep his seat. So big performance is desperately needed from him next time out in Hungary, because like someone in Moto2 who at the moment is twisting MotoGP managers' arms and making it almost the decision for them by going out and winning like he is in Manu Gonzalez, Fernandez needs to go and do the same. He needs to go and prove he deserves to be here next year, and he's got 2 opportunities next weekend in Hungary to do it again.
The Trackhouse certainly know that Manu Gonzalez is capable of riding MotoGP bikes. He rode one for them in Aragon last year. One final rider, just to mention before we go, Diogo Moreira, top 10 for him today in a weekend where it feels like he's genuinely now arrived as a genuine MotoGP force. We'll be back, of course, in a few days' time. Gear up on Thursday at Balaton Park in Hungary. A very different challenge to this one. Who will emerge on top there? The press conference is coming up live next with Matt Burt and the top 3, and we will see you in Hungary in a week's time.
You're the blueprint.
You're the blueprint.
You're the blueprint.
You're the blueprint.
Attaccato. Dove? Ah, noi 2. C'è a me augura.
Puttana grossa, eh?
Io l'ho rotta.
Te l'ha andata già rotta.
Ti ho
guardata tutta la scena. Era già mezza piegata. Te gli hai fatto?
Non ci cazzi. Era a posto.
Il panino? Cosa copro?
Buono?
Buono.
Beato te.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the Sunday post-race press conference here at the end of an incredible Brembo Grand Prix of Italy here in Mugello. What a day, what an atmosphere, what a weekend it has been for the factory Aprilia team, and in particular, our race winner from Aprilia Racing, Marco Bezzecchi, taking his first ever podium and victory here in front of his home crowd, and I think they enjoyed it looking at the celebrations on the start-finish straight. It's a 4th double podium of 2026 for Aprilia Racing's Jorge Martin, another strong second today for the Spanish rider. And back-to-back podiums now in 2026 for Ducati Lenovo team rider Pecco Bagnaia. Gentlemen, well done to all 3 of you. That was a special weekend, Marco, for the factory Aprilia team. Yesterday, you delivered the first ever 143 lap in Mugello to take pole position. And
Google
today, you
LLC
are for the
adalah
first
sebuah
time the winner in Mugello. We sat in this very room on Thursday, and you said if to win here,
Hai, saya dapat membaca. Hai, saya dapat membaca teks
It
apa.
now has come true. So, how do you feel?
Yeah,
Google LLC adalah.
It's amazing. I feel super happy.
Google LLC adalah.
Yeah, as you said, is a dream that I
Google
had
LLC
since when I was a kid, because we used to come here to see the races
Hai,
with my
saya
mom, my
dapat
dad, and my sister. So,
Hai.
yeah, very, very happy. For the pole position was good, but
Google
this is 10 times better.
Google
Talk us
LLC.
about the race. Of course, you got a great start from pole position. You led the first couple of laps, and then Pecco was really strong in the first part of the Grand Prix. He made the move. Were you feeling quite comfortable, though, sitting behind him?
Allora, I started fast and I wanted to stay in front. We had a
Google
good battle with
LLC.
Jorge for the first couple of laps. Then when he passed me, I saw him to go a little bit wide. So I expected to, calm down a bit and try to set my rhythm. But Pecco was, as you said,
With
a
cloud
rocket.
machine learning.
And he passed me, and he wanted to really stay in front, and he was super
With cloud
fast.
machine learning.
I couldn't even follow at the beginning, so I tried to manage a decent gap to don't stay, too close, but also to don't lose too much. And then I saw that he started to struggle a bit, and I said, okay, I want to get closer and wait the right moment. Then Jorge was coming closer also. So I said, okay, it's the moment. And then I tried to escape.
You've had amazing support all weekend from thousands and thousands of WSBK fans. We've seen 72 T-shirts everywhere. Your family, your friends were here. Kimi Antonelli, of course, was here, the Formula One World Championship leader. You had the special Alex Zanardi helmet. But describe those emotions, Marco, on the pit wall and on the podium with that army of Italian fans celebrating with you. And that must be a real special emotion. One of the best days of your life, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's like this. I mean, the support that I received this weekend was amazing. It was a tough week, not only the weekend, because we started on Wednesday, and the people already here was a lot. So it was amazing. It was tough to handle this pressure, but also was a boost because to see the emotions that the people was having when they saw me was amazing. So a big thanks to everyone for the support. Of course, big thanks to the team, to the factory in Noale, because they've been amazing as well. So yeah, like a dream.
We're just seeing now when that dream has come true, these special celebrations, Marco, with those Italian fans. I'm sure you're going to remember these for many, many years to come. Once again, huge congratulations.
Thank you.
Second place in the double podium here in Mugello for Marco's teammate Jorge Martin. Jorge, you came into this weekend saying it was a confidence rebuilding exercise after a difficult Catalonia Grand Prix. So to leave with 2 podiums, you must be really happy with your performance throughout.
Yeah, I'm really happy. First of all, I want to congratulate Marco for his amazing amazing race and strategy, because today I gave my 100% that wasn't enough. And yeah, I think, as he said, all the factory in Noale. We went to Pontedera on Wednesday, and we saw all the Piaggio people working, and I think this gave us a big boost. It's a big family for us now, Aprilia. So yeah, I tried my chances. I made a few mistakes at the beginning of the race, and then I lost the chance to fight for that victory. But anyway, I think I'm on the right direction. Always trying to improve myself. Marco is making me, pull my limits farther and farther to try to improve myself to beat him. So this
Selamat datang ke
also
Spikma.
the factory improved, and
Selamat
it was a long
datang ke Spikma.
race, tough race, but I was.
Selamat datang ke Spikma, di mana kata-kata Anda diubah menjadi audio berkualiti tinggi dengan
with Pecco. I think
Selamat
you got
datang
through
ke
on lap
Spikma.
16. The gap then was 1.4 seconds. Did you still feel like maybe at that stage you might have had something in the last laps for Marco?
Yeah, I always believe, and at the beginning of the race I was struggling. Pecco was putting an amazing pace on track. Then I was catching and I saw Marco overtaking, so I said, okay, I need to move really fast, because he will pull away, no? So I did that. For 2 laps, I think I closed a bit the gap, but then I was taking too many risks, I think. So yeah, last 3 laps I was completely, my tires were done, my physical condition was done, so I just decided to keep that pace and take those points that are super good, and yeah, really solid weekend, and really happy, and really good preparation, I think, for Balaton.
Great job. Congratulations to you and the team once again, Jorge. It was
Halo
almost
semua
the
pendengar
second time in 3 Grand Prix and all Aprilia top 3. But Pecco Bagnaia, riding for the factory Ducati team, made sure it wasn't. Pecco, you really did have to work very, very hard for that 3rd place. We've got a feeling watching that you were just never, ever going to lose that final place on the podium. Talk us through those last couple of laps.
Just when I started the last lap with 1.4 over Ogura, I said he will arrive, because normally in the last laps he's amazing. And I started to hear his bike in the corner 12, and I said, okay, I need to brake harder than I can in the last corner to just don't let him the space. And if he will try to overtake me, he will go wide. So the strategy was correct, but on the limit, a bit on the limit, because the last corner, losing the podium like this after a race like this, could have been a disaster emotionally. So I tried everything. I gave my maximum today from the first laps. I tried to don't lose too much the rear grip, but after half race I started to struggle a bit, and I was knowing that Betts was close to me. So I said, okay, we'll start to attack, but I need to calm down because if not, I will not be on the podium. I just try to remain in calm, and then was the maximum today.
That's how close that finish was. We've just seen the small gap between you and Gura coming over the line. I mean, your strategy was perfect, as you said, to do the cutback, but I mean, were you worried that he might be able to just use the slipstream and out-drag you to the line?
Sorry, I was...
You're too busy looking at the celebrations. I totally understand, don't worry. We're in Mugello and you finish on the podium in front of your home crowd. You said the strategy was perfect. You got him on the cutback, but we know how fast the Aprilia is in a straight line. They've come through the speed traps this weekend at 370 kilometers an hour. Were you worried that he might be able to get you before the line?
Yeah, but today my bike was pretty rocket ship, so it was difficult to be overtaken again. It's true that in the last corner, I was spinning quite a lot, so I just hope to make the best exit as possible. I just lean a lot in the bump to don't make the bike wheelie, and that was enough to finish on the podium. But thanks also to my engine because it was really strong.
And
Hi,
just finally, Pecco,
my name is Johnny.
These celebrations, what it means to you to be on the podium here in Mugello. How much confidence, how much of a boost did today give you? You led from laps 3
Fala
to lap
pan
14,
Moto3
not
Italia
really
di
listed on the first time
circuit.
we've seen you leading a Grand Prix so far this year. So how much of a boost is that for you?
A lot. It's true that it's quite clear that we are struggling. We are missing a real grip. Also compare other Ducati.